I let's see what you have for me. No, no, no! Why don't it work? Let's see that. Oh, is that so?
Adventurers, explorers, travelers, lurkers, metanauts. Crystals are the keys to the vault. Help the doctor, help yourself. Only the best will be rewarded.
Oh, freeze stuff.
Kind of like it though. What is this?
Duh, just a sad monkey.
It's an ape, not sad or
Okay, whatever.
whatever. Watch out! Okay, a bit too much.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Well,
I dig it.
oh my god.
Wow.
Good shit, nephew.
No way. Paris Hilton.
Oh, they let children in here.
It's a birthday, can't you see?
Makes total sense.
You don't get it, do ya?
Who cares? Let's go.
testing 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 3號咪 testing 4號咪 testing 5號咪 testing Local mic testing. 7號咪 testing。8號咪 testing。
Let's see what you have for me. Oh, oh, why don't it work? Let's see that. Oh, is that so?
Adventurers, explorers, travelers, lurkers, metanauts. Crystals are the keys to the vault. Help the doctor, help yourself. Only the best will be rewarded.
Oh, freezing stuff.
Kinda like it though. What is this?
Duh, just a sad monkey.
It's an ape, not sad or
Okay, whatever.
whatever. Watch out! Okay, a bit too much.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Well,
I dig it!
my God.
Wow!
Good shit, nephew.
No way! Paris Hilton!
Oh, they let children in here.
Ah, it's a birthday, can't you see?
Makes total sense.
You don't get it, do ya?
Who cares? Let's go.
Hey everybody, we're going to continue on to part 2 of Creators Day, which will begin in 2 minutes. So come on over to the main stage. Creators Day part 2 will begin in 2 minutes.
Giấu vậy đó. Không có lời nào gọi là tất cả là tất cả đi một xin khi nó trong cái ngôi xoay rồi tất cả là
Hey, everybody, just to remind you, our panel discussion will begin in 1 minute. Make sure you come to the main stage. This is a fantastic panel discussion with some great speakers with us. So make sure you come on over to the main stage. We will begin in 1 minute. You do not want to miss out any part of this in 1 minute. All right, everybody, I am back. I hope you enjoyed the lunch just now. Many of you, if you got a chance, I hope you enjoyed the burgers. They were pretty good. The chili chicken was fantastic, but my favorite was the brownies. Oh, I couldn't stop that, right? You're nodding, you agree with me. The brownie was addictive, everyone. I am super sugared up today, so I'm going to talk a little bit faster and a bit more excited than the morning, but it's fantastic. I'm a sugar guy, not a caffeine guy. But having said that, welcome back to part two of Creators Day here in Hong Kong. And I'm absolutely delighted and thrilled to introduce the next segment for you all. We're going to have different things in this afternoon. We have a panel discussion, we have fireside chats, we have deep dives, and you're going to definitely blow your mind with the information you get from this afternoon. Having said that, it's time to get your minds into a good workout. We're moving on to our panel discussion. This will be on the topic of what are the leading use cases driving Web3 and Metaverse into the mainstream. And to help me moderate this, please welcome to the stage is Bowie Lau. Come join me on stage, Bowie. And we have a fantastic lineup of panelists. Please, one by one, get to the stage from Animoca Brands. Yat Siu, could you come over here? Yat, where are you? Come join us. There we go. Come on down here. There's a seat with your name on it. On top of that, from Ledger, we have Pascal Gauthier. Pascal, come join me over here onto the stage. Get a seat, get comfortable. We've also got Snoop Dogg Advisor and Mintage. We got Nicholas Adler. Come over here. The stage is ready. Let's do this. All right, we're going to pass the time over to Bowie. You can take it away with our discussion over here. And of course, we got Arthur Mudrick joining us as well for our discussion. So let's do this, everyone. Bowie, over to you. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Vivek. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Hong Kong. Thank you. Well, today is a very special day to me because I have a very deep connection with all the gentlemen in on this panel. So a quick introduction of myself. I'm Bowie, based out of Hong Kong. I'm a venture investor as well as a venture builder. So I'm actually a direct investor of Animoca brand, the Sandbox, the Ledger. So very excited to be here for the Creators Day for Sandbox. So big congratulations to Sebastian, author, for Creators Day in Hong Kong. Let's break the ice. I don't want to jump in questions right away, but just give me one key fun fact about yourself that you never told anyone before. I start myself first, okay? I'm actually a twin. I have a twin sister, and I am the naughty twin. You yard? Come on, come on. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Um, well,
I never thought this question would take him that long
yeah,
to answer. Oh my God.
I've been pretty transparent about my life, I thought. So I don't know what I haven't shared yet. But okay. So I would say something that people don't know about me is my mom used to be an opera singer. And so I was a time where I actually lived in Milan with her as an only child and as a
Do
single
you
mother.
sing also? Can you sing a
No,
song?
I studied music, but I was not the singer. So that was my mother.
Sure. Arthur?
Nothing very personal. I never rehearse any panel.
Scale?
You say something that I never told anyone?
Fun fact about yourself. Just like I'm a naughty twin. And how about you?
Fun fact. I'm part of the French Secret Services.
Ooh la la!
That's not true. That's not true. No, I own a restaurant in Paris.
That's advertising. That's
Ouais.
Nick?
Come visit, please.
What is it called?
C'est in Le Marais. It's called Istr. ISTR. It's an oyster bar, brasserie, etc. It's nice.
Great. Yes. Nicholas?
I mean, it's hard. I don't have that many secrets. I speaking of restaurants, I like to steal nice menus from restaurants. So it's collector's item.
No. Thank you. Thanks everyone for joining this panel. I think one of the key is having a community like Animoca Brands, like Sandbox, that all of us are here to exchange knowledge, insight, and also do networking, right? But how can we really bring traction or adoption, massive adoption in the Web3, such a gaming space? Yeah, what do you say?
Well, I mean, I think I'll start off by saying I think gaming and obviously the metaverse and what Sandbox is doing is a great way of onboarding people into the metaverse, because it's not a case where you're building a new paradigm. Every time you have to create a completely new paradigm, it's always difficult. When you talk about digital assets and digital property rights and ownership of something online, it's sometimes hard to imagine. But it's not that hard to imagine for a gamer, because he already does something online and he already thinks he should be owning it. And then when you look at something like Sandbox, actually, the experience of Minecraft is the second most popular game in the world today. And there's a few things that Minecraft and Sandbox share very much. One of them is obviously the fact that it's community driven. When you think about why our children still play Minecraft, or when older people play Minecraft, they don't play it because they're buying the game. They're playing it because they want to join a community that is already playing Minecraft. It's a social aspect. It's the fact that, there's millions of other people around the world, actually more like over 100 million people in the world that are playing Minecraft in other servers, in other platforms, and I'm joining because of that. And the other thing is that the experiences is user-generated content, right? And what's also interesting is that the largest game in the world is Roblox, which is all about user-generated content as well. So the number one, number two game in the world are user-generated platforms that are community-driven. And I think that's one of the key ways of growth, amongst other things, general gaming as well. But, I think it brings gaming and the metaverse to the masses. And that's one of the reasons why we're so excited about Sandbox.
Great. Digital asset is a very important element in the Web3 space. And saving guard digital asset, I think, is more important than anything else. So the cybersecurity part for Scale is very important, right? So my question for you is, in general, like security is a definitely critical concern. We have many hackings everywhere. It's not, it's news. Everybody, not everybody, but a lot of us lost money because of not keeping the digital assets safely. So how can Ledger's expertise in the hardware wallet contribute to securing asset and identity within the metaverse? And particularly, what challenges do you see in this ecosystem?
It's a billion-dollar question. I'm going to take the rest of the time that we have to answer that question because it's like the whole problem. Look, I think you need to think about it in terms of what is the experience and what is the product, what people try to do. About the metaverse, to make it simple for me, is you have digital ownership. That digital ownership represents you. It can be your money, your identity, etc. So you have a digital double. And very similar to your physical self, you need to worry about your security. There are many things in your life physically that you don't do because it's dangerous. You don't jump out of buildings, you don't go in certain neighborhoods at night, etc. Like, physically you worry about your security all the time. You think about it, actually. It's a very natural thing to do. And so as soon as you move yourself into the digital world and you become a digital being, then very naturally you will start thinking about your security. Right now, there is a shift. So people sometimes don't think about it because your security has been someone else's problem up until now. It's Google problem, it's Apple problem. It's not necessarily your problem. And when you get hacked, you're like, oh, it's always somebody else's problem. But in the metaverse and, having this digital passport, digital ownership, suddenly it becomes your problem. Like, how do I make sure I'm secure? And so what we're trying to do is to design product and experiences that makes it easy to do that. Because the problem with security is if it's too difficult to use, then people will have a tendency to use the less secure option for convenience and or stay in the world that they understand. And so that's the world of non-ownership. They stay with Google, they stay with Apple. So our job is to create product and experiences. So being secure is as easy as it was when you were on Apple and Google.
Well, congratulations on your Series C funding early this year. And we are proud of putting, as part of your Series C round for True Global Ventures, 24 million into Series C. And very happy, excited to join. Speaking about Web3 and Metaverse, it's important to talk about the influencers such as celebrities. So my question goes to you, Nicholas. You are the advisor for Snoop Dogg. So in general, their involvement plays a very important role and building the Web3 ecosystem, right? Now, how do you see these influencers and celebrities shaping the landscape? And also, what unique perspective does Snoop Dogg to bring in the intersection of entertainment and the metaverse?
Well, I would say next to these gentlemen, I think it's fair to say technology backgrounds have been building, I think, the Web3 infrastructure for a long time before me. I came in during the pandemonium, right? I came in when I think there was this major shift where people were, really, really like seeing it all over the news and people were buying real estate and et cetera. So, um, I had to get a quick education to learn about it really fast. And, I did that through the celebrity and influencer deals with some Web3 companies. And at first, I think it was really exciting to be in this new technology. And we started to learn all these terms and we had to learn about wallets and we had to learn about seed phrases and we had to learn so all these, new, blockchain, NFT, all these terms of art. And what I've now, after being here for a few years and look back on it all, is like, it's this sort of very technical and scary place.
See?
And I think, for us with the celebrity influencer side, I've just learned it's what we've done for years. It's just about culture. And it's just about finding things that we can adapt, that we can connect with and use and share with our fans and our audiences, right? So the way we approached it a few years ago with like Snoop and connecting with the Sandbox or Board Ape Yacht Club, whatever. It was really more transaction. It was like, how do we got to come in, we got to buy, we got to, but now it's how can we use it? How can we make it be part of our lives, and how can we make it kind of like very symbiotic, like that's making music and music videos and that. So the only way I can say about now and the way we approach it is just like it's got to be a cultural fit, and I don't really even like to think about it as Web3 anymore. I view it as technology. I meet a lot of people every day, and a lot, back then they wanted to know how I knew about this great new world, and now they don't want to talk to me as much. But honestly, the truth behind that is like, I'm like, hey, this is technology. Why are you so scared? Just use it, embrace it. And so I think it's a lot of the talent that I work with. It's about making them feel comfortable and getting in the space. So yeah.
Yeah, indeed, it's a new thing. You just started in 2008,
Yeah.
right? So, getting yourself educated in the space before you make any informed decision, whether you want to invest, whether you want to buy an NFT,
Yeah.
whatever it might be, you first you got to do is to get to know what's happening,
Yeah.
understand what it is.
Exactly.
Yes.
Oh, you asked me about Snoop specifically.
Yes.
He's an unbelievable super mega force.
I love him.
He's the craziest phenomenon, and when he aligns with something, it always feels authentic.
And he's so smart. He's used his son as his manager to help him with all these NFT metaverse projects, right?
Yeah. His son is super involved, and he listens to youth. He's very good at listening to his team. So he trusts people around him, and then he really, once he feels comfortable, he becomes outspoken on it. But
can you bring him to Hong Kong?
I mean, maybe Pharrell's got a fashion show in a few weeks. Maybe we'll come for that.
Yeah, I think we need to get Animoca and Sandbox involved and bring in Snoop Dogg and
Let's
have
go.
a concert in Hong Kong. Don't we? We should, right?
Just fire up the private jet. We're on the way.
Well, you heard that, yeah? The budget will be on you.
No, you got the answer. You got your answer.
Well, isn't it a bear market?
Well, thank you. My next question goes to Arthur. Sandbox focus on virtual worlds and user-generated content, right? How can user-generated content platforms drive engagement and community building within the metaverse? And what impact does it have on the overall user experience?
So, like the last 2 years were very intense for us. Like metaverse been like number one word trending on Google last year. And we need to invent something. Like we consider that we don't have this definition yet. We are building a new kind of gameplay that is pretty different than just gaming and involve fashion brand, music brand, through the blockchain and through a new kind of ownership. But what we need to do first is to inspire people, like in a different way that they did on Fortnite, which is just a shooter game, or Roblox, that is just a kids game, or Minecraft, that is just like a collab. Like I do think that the way we inspire people in Sandbox has been to bring over 500 brands that probably never thought they're going to do gaming before. So
this is amazing.
Having Gucci or Adidas and British Museum or a lot of art gallery and Snoop Dogg's and Paris Hilton, like all those people like kind of working together. Also, as I said at the beginning, it's kind of a new paradigm on Sandbox, not just to have a gallery of games or a gallery of content, but putting them all on one map, on one place. So it's a mix between celebrities, IP talent, and pure user-generated content. So like I would say like the way you engage people and build a virtual world is definitely to innovate, not only on technology, but also on bringing a new kind of gameplay that will, as Yad said, like the end goal is to make people like interact socially. Like right now, we are more on the step of build the metaverse, like focusing on things like builder tools. And I think the next step is to have multiple technologies that enable thousands of players to interact to each other in one space. If you look at Roblox, Minecraft, Fortnite, that's a limited numbers of players on the same screen. So there is a strong technology challenge to change that. I also, again, think that the best way to engage it's social. So like we saw wedding in Sandbox, birthday in Sandbox. So not just like a typical like reward oriented gameplay, but something that you feel you're going to host on Sandbox something very personal, like you do in real life. So there are a lot of things to build. Also, we saw that I kind of like the word Web3 myself because I think it's the end of Web2. I do think that Web2 is a scam. So like it makes really like a huge monopolistic company store everything for you without any transparency and making an insane amount of money uh, on your behalf without no control. So I do things as soon as you're gonna have this huge engagement with the first 100 million users, then you're gonna see how this technology is powerful. So like this technology is powerful for its concept and vision, but then when you're gonna have like a very strong engagement, I think it's gonna be even more powerful. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. We from Pure Global Ventures, we are super early backer of the Sandbox. We got into a table 5 years ago when nobody knew who they were. So I've been like Yan and I were based in Hong Kong, and we see all the development, especially all these corporate, right? We see so many brands, we see so many celebrities, but banks in Hong Kong, HSBC, SC Ventures, DBS, they all joined the Sandbox Metaverse. I personally am super proud, right? Any comment you want to say, yeah, about this?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to sort of add on top of sort of Artur's comment about when we talk about Web3, and especially all of us here who are builders and creators who are trying to sort of onboard people in the sandbox and the metaverse. Web3 is not a product or even a signal of the next evolution of the internet. It's a movement. And it's a movement that is sort of tied with a strong culture of what that movement represents. And that movement represents sovereign identity, sort of a sense of your own property, but in this sense, digital property, which we think in the physical world, we already assume that we have the rights over our own property, that we should be sovereign over our own identities, which we're losing. But interestingly enough, we're losing sovereign identity physically, not because of the physical, but because of the digital. Right? Actually, Web2 has colonized our identities because they take over all of our data and then they sell it back to us in a way. And people are now starting to realize, and the antidote to that is Web3. And I think, one of the thoughts is once you are infected with this idea of having your sovereign identity, having digital property rights, and that the metaverse really is something meaningful to you, then you don't lose that thought. And that's actually how movements begin. Movements don't begin because physical people go somewhere. Movements begin because people imagine things. They think of things. It becomes a culture, it becomes an idea. And that idea becomes so powerful that you can't remove that because that's the one thing that you have to do no matter what you are, what you think. You may not be allowed to go somewhere, but you can absolutely think it. And I think this is the thing about how do we bring people to imagine this future, because what Sandbox represents is the future. It doesn't represent the present. So you have to paint the future for them, I think. And everyone in this room has to kind of is what they're doing. When you build an experience, you're not building just a game. You're building a part of a movement.
Yeah, indeed. The digital ownership is I guess, the key element to drive massive in the Web3 space. Decentralization is dead. I think this is one of the mega trend that we foresaw, and the key to move it forward is decentralization. But we have so many people in the room, right? I think one of the key and important element to drive massive adoption, it will be partnership, right? Collaborations. So what do you foresee? Or how do you foresee between, all these blockchain gaming companies, hardware security solution, or celebrity driven projects, and user generated content platform like Sandbox shaping the future of the metaverse? Nicholas?
Well, I mean, my personal experience was one where I got the hack, right? I got fished. Very easy. It was the most simple of scams I've ever encountered, right? I tapped the Twitter link that I shouldn't have tapped. Socially engineered. I did that, and then I lost. At the time, it was the Mutant Apes, which were at the top of the market, was at like 300,000. And that was when I was like, oh, I really got to take this seriously and get a ledger, right? And that's when I got my ledger, and I had a I don't know what edition it was, a first edition. Now I have like and I'm just through that process, it's become simpler and simpler and simpler. So I took the time to learn and spend when I had to lose to learn, right? It's like you don't learn a language really unless you move to the country, kind of thing. And I think it's going to be that where it's really hard to onboard the next generation because it's so many obstacles and so difficult. So I think it's through iteration and through simplicity that you're going to start to do that. And so that to me, as experience, the more I experience, the more I get. But it's really important to me. So brand that I'm building right now, it's called Mintage. It's what I'm wearing on my hat. And it's just a very simple product where we take vintage clothing and we attach NFC chips. And those NFC chips, then you tap it, it opens up a link. You can claim the NFT, the digital receipt or the certificate of authentication or whatever the nomenclature is. You can claim it. You can get it signed by the artist. It's been really important to us to make that access point for the consumer super simple. If they want to claim that NFT and truly be, digital own it, they can. If they don't, they get excited. They play with it. They show their friends. Oh, wow, I went to a Taylor Swift show. This is my receipt of the element there. And they pass it around, they share it with each other. That's onboarding them. But my expectation isn't for them to now trade it and own it and share it. And so I think it's baby steps, and it's just being very, very, very simple to get.
For Scout, what kind of partnerships or collaboration do you foresee, or what are you looking for from Ledger's perspective?
We've done a few, but to give you a glimpse of the future, I think it goes back to what is the product, what is the experience. Right now, Web 2, Web 3 don't communicate so well together, and you try to run Web 3 and private key management on top of your phone or your computer, and these hardware operating systems have not been designed for the challenge of doing this. And if you take a look back to phones, I think one of the first usage of the smartphone, I think it's probably still the case actually, is gaming. Most people actually play games, especially when they sit on their toilet. Apparently, it's the stat. Like what do you do with your phone when you're on your toilet? You actually play games. And so I think we need to think about that and replicate it for the future, not the toilet thing, but like playing games on the Web3 enabled device. And so the way that we think about it going forward is like, what kind of products and experience can we design so very natively you can enable Web3 games onto a hardware? And this is like the view that we have for the future. So right now you cannot see it. You have a Nano X in your hand. The screen is so small that you can't even play Snake. But we're working on bigger screens, and we're working on chips that can process bigger screen, chips that can process more stuff, including games, for the design of our future products. Hardware is very difficult. Operating system is very difficult, and it takes a very long time. So people say, okay, but this is going to be the phone of the future, and Apple surely is going to do it. Even for Apple, it's not so easy. I mean, Apple can do everything, okay? They got in the world, and they're the biggest company in the world. So if they want to do it, they will do it. But design a phone that is also a phone is not an easy challenge. And so the future is this. Like the future, you need to figure out like how to build hardware that is Web3 enabled. And if you think about web revolutions, every web revolution had a hardware. PC was one, iPhone was Web 2, etc. And so Web 3 is going to need hardware. It's already the case with Ledger and hardware wallets. You don't have so many Web 3 users today. Just to frame it, I don't know what's your number, but I say there's very less than 10 million users that have more than $160 that are using the protocol on a basis. It's actually 7 million users. You have 100 million users with less than $160, and of these 100 million users, you get 80 million users with less than $16. So the value is actually quite representative of the engagement. And so it's not so many people. And the reason why it's not so many people is because it's very hard to engage with private keys today. And so, and I think it's the case because, oh, and on the 7 million people, we sold 6.5 million devices. So our market share is pretty good on power users or people that really use blockchains. So all this to say that this is the very beginning of the industry, and if you want to onboard, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions of users, hardware will have to change fundamentally so experiences can be enhanced very natively and very securely. And so this will take, I don't know, like if we're good, 5 to 7 years, and if we're bad, 15, depending on market conditions. But this is the kind of time, and this is the product that will at some point.
Nice. Thank you for sharing. Arthur, you just mentioned 500 brands,
and more, I think.
and more
Yeah.
join the Sandbox Metaverse. Then what kind of, you already have your own ecosystem created, right? Then what kind of partnerships, collaboration are you expecting, to have?
So we have complete the metaverse for at least 12 months now that we want to build regional neighborhoods. So we are opening a part of our map in Dubai, in Turkey, in India, and Singapore, Thailand. And each part of the map is going to be very local and own and talent. So that's pretty unique and a completely different way to just look brands and IP global or Western. So we see huge opportunity. Also, just to talk about the future and the way to build the future, so let's just agree that it's only 3 years, 4 years. It's all these technologies being popular and so I completely agree that it may take 15 years to really to bring a level of maturity and bringing the accessibility, the right device. It's also a question of people. I did my first company in 2001, probably Pascal and Yad, and we know we and I compare, I compare entrepreneurship. I compare what's different, and I do things like the world change a lot, and blockchain and Web3 is worldwide one. So the idea that Asia is definitely a place where I see a much brighter future and a much faster adoption than any place in the world, where it's easier to regulate, it's easier for young generation to change completely their vision of currency, their perception of money, or um, and even the way they used to play virtual world, even before metaverse, they always spend much more and understood the value of digital asset in a very different way than Western gaming. So very excited about the future. Definitely, I really want to bring our cash position and roadmap. We have 2028, 2023 as two big dates to be sure that we will be here when Apple and Ledger and those companies will bring more immersive technology but again, very excited by the quality of people that are willing to bring this change and this revolution.
Yeah, and I'm glad you finally came to Hong Kong in person. Been waiting for you for such a long time. And like Sebastian, he really came to Hong Kong, I think 3 or 4 times already within this year. Leading by example, walk the talk, come, we welcome you in Hong Kong.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, I lost count. And Imoca Brands invested what? More than 300 now projects?
450.
400, man. 400 companies they invested over all these years. You, just like Sandbox, you have your own ecosystem created. Then what kind of, partnership and collaborations that not just foresee, but what's happening? What are you doing now?
So maybe I'll address the question in two parts. First one, in terms of the Animoca sort of philosophy, was sort of belief in the growth of a shared network, which is how we think of Web3. And that means that every company that we partner or invest in, the hope is that not only do they add value or maybe create network effects on top of your digital assets, in this case NFTs, maybe say like your virtual, or can actually bring massive. That's one of the reasons why, for instance, we acquire Web2 companies that have traffic. Companies say like Gamey, that is the number one, so the number one gaming platform on Telegram, which has, you know, obviously hundreds of millions of users. And then, but they're a Web2 company originally. What can we do to bring them to Web3? That's an adoption path. And that basically then can feed into the rest of the Web3 ecosystem, which can then feed into platforms like Sandbox, for instance. That's one strategy. The other one, give value towards the digital assets. So, for instance, marketplaces like OpenSea or lending platforms like PondFi, like what they actually end up doing is they make the utility of your digital assets more useful or more valuable. So, if you have a land in Sandbox, you can loan from PondFi, for instance, or to collateral, right? And that only is possible if these players exist. So we have to build out this ecosystem, and because it's, you know, openly composable, that's something that's possible. So that's kind of how we think of the investment space. And then because we're so broadly invested in the ecosystem, it kind of does feel like a little bit sort of, you know, basically the tide basically lifting all boats. And that really, if you think about it, is the essence of Web3. I mean, most recently, you know, with Bitcoin rising as kind of the reserve currency of Web3.
Finally.
Everything else basically comes up with it as well, because there is a shared network effect. And so we're trying to help sort of construct that. But the other thing I also wanted to add in terms of growth, when we think about game investments, of games broadly speaking, we've done over 140 investments because we think they will onboard lots of users into the metaverse. Just an example, when Axie Infinity became really, really popular in 2021, it wasn't only Axie benefited. Everyone else in the ecosystem grew, right? It wasn't just the emergence of guilds. It was also the fact that all these players in Axie actually then tried playing games and other experiences. And with the sound, why is that? Because they could move the assets around. Even if they couldn't use them, there was liquidity in them. You can't do that in Web2. If I have a lot of success in Fortnite, I can't go and play PUBG with my assets, or I can't monetize that and take it to another ecosystem. But what happened is, so if one of these games ends up becoming really, really big, regardless of which one it is, then the entire network is going to grow. It's kind of like what Angry Birds did to mobile gaming or Candy Crush. They didn't create just one game and they ruled it all. It created an economy and a growth ecosystem, and that's kind of our belief system around our investment philosophy. And then finally, I would say, when you look at sort of what everyone here is doing, what Sandbox is doing, what we're building in Web3, the foundation of culture is storytelling. And so how do we amass on board people is to create the best storytelling around it, not in terms of purpose, but also in terms of how you use it. For instance, safety online actually is a game in itself. We could teach people through a game how you can be safe and why it should matter, for instance. When we think about everyone here who's played a video game, how long is a tutorial? Sometimes the tutorial is very long, but at least 10 or 20 minutes. And in that tutorial, you've learned a new skill. My children will know more about Pokemon, will know more about Lord of the Rings, or know more about sort of skins than they might know about actual history and facts. And why is that? Because of storytelling. So I think the sort of the craft of storytelling is the craft of gaming. And I think all of us here, if we can be really better at it, and sort of really emphasize the things that we want people to learn, actually, I think that's one way which you can really onboard people.
Thank you for sharing. My next question goes to Pascal. Ledger has a very unique perspective on the intersection of finance and technology. How do you envision the financial aspect of the metaverse through unfolding, and what role can Ledger play in ensuring the security and integrity of digital asset within this virtual space?
You know, I think you're making a distinction that is probably not real, especially when you talk about crypto assets. I feel that, you know, blockchain technologies or, you know, public protocols such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, their primary function is to enable peer-to-peer transfer of value. Peer-to-peer transfer of value doesn't necessarily mean, you know, sort of just a dollar value, but, you know, sort of any assets that will run on these public blockchains. And from a pure experience standpoint, we don't really differentiate the Bitcoin from the tokens, from the skins, from, you know, it's all like a tokenized assets that is going to go from A to B. And from a real technology point of view, there's no difference. Like if I'm going to send you a skin, On Sandbox or Bitcoin, it's the same. It's same. It's the same stuff. So we try to build technology platforms, open source, um, with every possible developer tool on top of it. So any developer community can code their application on top and enjoy the basic features of the platform. And so the thing that is already happening today, which is, you can swap your Bitcoin for, whatever other asset basically that runs on Ledger, and it will be more and more the case in the future. And so our job is not to try to understand every potential future of this industry, but our job is to uh, build an open source security platform on top of which developer can code. And we actually cater for two type of users: power users that are developers, and mass users, basically, like, my mother, my brother, whatever, like, people. Um, and the most important thing right now is to build great developer tools so developers can engage with the platform and build on top, because we don't know what's going to happen to Web3 usage. We don't know what's going to be the next killer app. Developers know, and so if we give them the tool and a good security platform, they will develop on top of it.
Indeed, when you talk about the mass people, it's very interesting. Fun fact: during the FTX crash, the sales of Ledger went skyrocket high. Do you know that? How much? How many times in just 1 month during the FTX crash?
Oh, it was the single biggest day of her history, biggest week of her history, and biggest months of her history. Yeah, no, look, FTX was a good reminder that you shouldn't trust central authorities.
Yes, indeed.
Or you shouldn't 100% trust central authorities. Like, you will need eventually centralized products, and there is a minimum of trust that you need to have with almost everything in life. Like, pure decentralization is actually very, very hard. Probably, hard to understand if it can be achieved. An example is you might use the Bitcoin client, but it still runs on a laptop. How much do you trust your laptop? So, but FTX was a good reminder that you shouldn't leave your coins on an exchange, basically. So that was good for us. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Nicholas, Snoop Dogg's presence in the metaverse has garnered like significant attention. We know that we watch it and see all these product NFT and all the videos are awesome. How do you balance authenticity and creativity in the celebrity-driven metaverse projects?
How do you balance creativity and authenticity
Correct.
in the metaverse? Really?
Yes.
I mean, authenticity is like that's the peak, right? Like it's such an overused term, but it's like taste. Like when you have it, and you can't really define it, right? And it's kind of unfair to use Snoop Dogg as an example because the guy is like the embodiment of authenticity and doesn't really care what anybody thinks of him. He's who he is, whoever he's in front of, whether it's a large audience or, although he tones it down, a group of school kids, he's always Snoop Dogg. So the truth is, when, I said it earlier, he really does trust his team. So if he feels he has a really strong technology or Web3 team around him, and they say, hey, we think that the Sandbox or Animoca or Ledger, that's a great product, then he's like, well, let's go. And once he knows that, he's also very involved. I think most of I don't know if you've probably sat with him, and he'll just smoke a blunt and listen, and it's a very authentic relationship. So that's because he's willing to take the time to learn, talk to people, and that can't be said for all artists. And I think if you look back to the moment when you started to see a lot of celebrities embrace this, and you could tell what was real and what was just about, hey, let's get some cash, right? And some had a great effect on the industry, and some had a negative effect on the industry. So I think that's a long way of me saying that I think it's about someone who might have reach and influence and celebrity, but they have the sincere goal to be a part of this new industry, right? So you saw it with Snoop, whether it was rapping about the sandbox or turning his ape into Dr. Bombay, which is so crazy because you saw all the celebrities apes and this and he's here. I mean, he's got an ice cream in Walmart. He's got a Halloween costume, and it's we don't even really communicate with Yuga. Like this is our thing, and some kids out there buy the product have zero idea that it was born, you know, in the Yuga garage, right? So that's just a testament to really, really authentically wanting to embrace something. So I think that's the answer for me.
By the way, this is true. And my story is I never met Snoop Dogg, and I'm actually happy I didn't. Uh, I was waiting for him at his hotel, but I couldn't wait too long. So I let my partner, Ian Rogers, go to the meeting. They ended up talking and smoking joints like for 2 hours.
Really?
Yeah. And Ian brought back a pre-roll death row joint like the night after, which I smoked a little bit. It was so fucking strong. Like the net for me is I couldn't do a meeting with Snoop. I don't think. Like,
You just got to be careful how
yeah,
much you know.
'cause
You know,
I'd be so high it'd be ridiculous.
yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I have to say one thing about Arthur too. Like, I got to give him credit because this is a guy who literally had throat surgery like 2 weeks ago, and famous for having a very raspy voice. So when he walked into the Snoop Dogg meeting, he had a voice, and when he left the Snoop Dogg meeting, he was it was mute. There was no words coming out.
Yeah.
This is what-
Now, we always see all the good side. I think people will always worship you of all the glory, successful story, you guys have. But, building your own startup is never easy, right? Arthur, what kind of challenges that you have, in your journey all these years? How did you overcome all these challenges?
I began, as I said, in November 2000. So like it's definitely a very long journey. Um, my first company were doing a peer-to-peer technology. So like I always been very interested in innovation, and as soon as you work in innovation, somehow like the challenge is part of the product. Like you basically building something that you don't have the answer with. So like you want to build it, it's going to take time. Um, about the metaverse, I think the biggest struggle is for Seven myself is that it's too good to be true. Like it's too good for an entrepreneur to have the chance not to just build a product that you're gonna raise money for and sell it after 3 years, get a good exit, do another company and do this again and again and being an angel in between. So for metaverse and sandbox, the biggest is like I want to spend my life on that because I do things that I could not dream something better to build in terms of culture, in terms of product, in terms of technology, like, and mainly because it's undefined. Like it's something that's going to be defined by products that we don't control yet. So it's more like struggling to um, accept it's going to take a lot of time and trying to be sure that like the ethics, the business ethics, like it's honestly it's hard for me to believe that like a FTX story and like all the narrative around uh, big entrepreneurs that becomes role model and talk a lot publicly like that's bothered me a lot. Like I just wish like everyone were more like focused on their product. So yeah, like just as I say, our biggest challenge is to be sure we'll be able to have the chance to keep building the metaverse for 15 years and not just three.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have any? It's not easy to build where you are now. You overcame lots of challenges. Share with us what kind of hiccup, all these people only see the good side, right? Share those with us. How did you overcome?
I mean, so the life of an entrepreneur that there's a challenge every day, maybe every minute, big and small. So I don't think we need to go into specific challenges, but rather I think Artur just sort of maybe explained it slightly differently in the sense that if you're building for something that is greater than your own as a mission, as a quest, and I think for Artur, Sandbox is greater than him as in a mission in terms of what it means for the community he's serving, or maybe in terms of offering security to the world, making the world a safer place with Ledger. It's yes, is it the company or is it really the mission in terms of we want to make the world safer for this digital asset industry that'll have an impact in the world? Those are the kind of entrepreneurs. And I think people who are finally able to be in that position are fortunate to sort of say, we have found something that is meaningful for impact and purpose. And then, frankly, no challenge is too great. So, and I think the story is true for us. It changes over time because our lens of the world changes. But, in the early days of the internet, I really believed, so I built one of Hong Kong's very first ISPs in the 90s. So I'm totally dating myself now. But, it was about connecting people to the world because it was good for me. And I thought it should be good for the rest of the world. I didn't know how it would look like. I didn't know if it was going to be cloud computing or this or email or whatever. But I just thought this was something really important. And over time, you'll iterate and find the way. And the same is true for, the world of NFTs, digital property rights, and the metaverse. When we, started working together with Sandbox in 2018, we had no idea it was going to look like this. This was before DeFi summer. This was before, NFTs took off. This was before the whole blockchain market. But we did feel and know that owning our digital assets and having sovereignty over, in this case, our virtual assets was important. But did we know that it would look exactly like this? No. But there was a North Star that told us to go to this direction. But the way to that star is like this and this and this and this. And you'll get there because you know it's so important.
Thank you. Yeah. We are running out of time, but I guess my last question goes to everyone. First of all, three gentlemen are not based in Hong Kong, but we're very happy having you. What will be the key takeaway that you have to our Hong Kong audience that's closer for this panel, Nicholas?
I don't have a key takeaway because I love Hong Kong. I think it's one of the greatest cities I've ever been to in my life. I was here once 10 years ago, and I remember it fondly, but this trip has blown my mind from the architecture to the lights to the people to the sense of community and feeling safe, and obviously the innovation. So I'm just really proud to be here, and I honestly will say this seriously. I don't feel the same about where I live at home, and I now am inspired that there is a better like lifestyle out there.
Great. We'll look forward to seeing you in the near future in Hong Kong.
I'm moving. I'll
Absolutely.
be here.
Pascal, any key takeaway for us today?
Hong Kong is back, so it's good.
Maxi?
It's good to be here.
Arthur?
No, we have a team here that I'm really impressed with, and again, Asia is our second biggest market, so like we're really coming here all the time. Like I'm not coming here, but Sebastian is coming almost every 2 months. There is a strong economy of builders, of studios, of players. Very good understanding about what we do, and again, like super excited to keep building in Asia and to keep building in Hong Kong with Sandbox.
I love the Creators Day today because I see many different projects globally. From Turkey, from Shanghai, from Thailand, from Hong Kong, everywhere joining and have these and feature their product. It's amazing. Yeah.
So, I guess let's do a show of hands. How many here in this room are not from Hong Kong? Raise your hand.
Woo! Welcome to Hong Kong.
So, I think to me, this is what Hong Kong is about. It's always been an international
diversity.
city. It's always been diverse. It's always been a place where people come in. It's technically a territory of China, but English is the official language. Common law, English common law. This has always been a global trade center. So I think to me, this is the spirit of Hong Kong. It's internationalism. It's the fact that you can come in and out as this free port to do business and to build something great.
Well, once again, you want to say something, Nicholas?
No.
Okay, you are holding the mic, so I thought you wanted to say something.
Drop a verse.
Yeah. Well, Thank you so much. I guess my key takeaway for everyone is stay in touch with all of us. I think in the Web3 space, we are very helpful. We are very supportive to each other. Voice out if you need help. If you don't know something, ask, right? I ask questions all the time. And I really enjoyed having a panel with 4 amazing gentlemen today. And let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Come back to you, Vivek.
All right, one more time for Bowie for fantastically moderating.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing, right on the dot. I love that. Fantastic. One more time for our panelists,
photo?
please. That was fantastic.
Good photo,
Good
Pascal,
information.
Pascal, Nicholas. Good photo. Can we get a good
Yep,
photo?
let's get them for a group photo now. Let's get a picture. As I said, every event must take photos, especially here in Hong Kong. There's a mandatory normal photo with the big smiles. Looking right in the middle. Everyone's cameras are out and ready to do it. Let's get that picture. And the other thing we have to do in Hong Kong, you have to have either a thumbs up or a V sign or something. All right, let's get the pictures with all the cameras. This is your chance. This is the opportunity. This combination. Right in the center. Okay, so this is the big smiles, the happy look. All right, and let's request a little, yeah, exactly, the V signal, and like it. Okay, there we go. Thanks so much. One more time. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break for everyone, just going to shake it up, wiggle around, stand up. 5 minutes exactly. The clock is ticking. In 5 minutes' time, this stage will be lit again with another discussion. We'll see you back soon. Thank you. All right, we are back. That is right. Everyone standing in the back, it's time to join us again for our next fireside chat. So come on over here to the stage. The main stage is about to get on fire with another fantastic discussion. So everyone at the back, get your drinks, get your coffee. I can see the recharging necessary for a lot of you, but don't be shy. You definitely want to join in this session. We're going to be talking about some fantastic stuff. In the previous session, you saw a lot of optimism about the importance of Web3, how Hong Kong is the place to be, right? And how Snoop Dogg loves his blunts and he's really close to his family and friends that he believes in. But the next session, we have some different guests. So again, I'm going to call upon everyone who wants to join us. Please come closer to the stage. I'm giving you a 30 seconds time to come join us before we begin this session. So everyone else who wants to join in our fireside chat, come to the stage area. We're about to begin in 15 seconds. That's right. I love counting down from backwards. We're going down to the last 10 seconds before we begin our fireside chat. This one is going to be talking simply about how digital property rights bring more value to creators. But before that, I want to give you a bonus thing as well. Right now is what's happening on the 25th floor. If anybody wants to go for the landowners workshop, it's happening on the 25th floor right now. So anybody who signed up and wants to join the landowners workshop, last chance, go up to the 25th floor. We are on the 3rd floor right now. 25th floor has that session. So having said that, everybody, let us continue on with this next session, everyone. So please take a seat. Let's get this going. This fireside chat is going to be moderated by Angie Lau of Forecast Labs, who's just joined us today. Angie's in the room as well. So please welcome to the stage, Angie. Please take a seat. Angie over here. Come on, make some noise for Angie over here. Yes. All right. Joining her, you've seen him just now. You see him again. It's Yet Steele from Animoca Brands. Please join us on stage. They're making you work all day today. Arthur Madrid from the Sandbox join us as well, and also Sebastian Bourgier from Sandbox. The stage, the time, the seats are all ready for you. Angie, I'll hand it over to you to take over the session. Let's enjoy and ask the questions away.
Oh, Vivek, you know what? I got to know Vivek pre my journey in blockchain, and it's great to see so many talented people in the room, like Vivek, like yourselves, to really engage in this future. It's great to be here. Of course, we would have to support Seb and Animoca and Sandbox, what they're doing. We flew, I would say, 30 hours. It really, we avoided Russia. So it was a 12-hour flight that turned into 16, and it was great.
Thank you.
It was fantastic. I loved it. Every minute of it, I loved it. Because I get to hang out with these three amazing, talented guys. So how many of you are in Metaverse? How many of you have your NFTs, your avatars, you're hanging around Metaverse? Pretty much all of you. This is why you're here. You're creating. But really, it is about value as well. And this is something that these three folks have really thought about from day one. I remember, you and I sat somewhere here in Hong Kong on in some skyscraper, as you usually like this one. And we were talking about this moment way back when, but in your very prescient way, seeing the economies of scale really converging in metaverse and converging in gaming and converging in the digital space. I want to start off with you and really kind of spread it to the rest of you guys. How do you think about digital value and creating that digital value in metaverse, and how do we protect the talent and the economic creation that each of one of us can contribute to?
So we think of it in a data paradigm, as in what makes data valuable, because at the end of the day, NFTs are digital property that represent blocks of data that have some kind of value. And how does that value form? From network effects. As simple as that. So meaning that the more network effects it has within it, which can be visible or invisible, the more value it has. And we have this already in the physical world. For instance, how many people buy a Rolex to tell time, right? How many people buy a Birkin bag to put stuff in it? How many people buy a Ferrari, especially in Hong Kong, so they can drive fast, right?
Really
And yeah,
fast.
really, really fast, right? And of course, the answer is for none of these reasons. The utility is a very distant reason why you actually buy these things. But you buy them because they have network effects. Think of them as network effects, but they are network effects. Network effects based on what my friend thinks, what the celebrity thinks, what society thinks, and then also the fact that there's other utilities on top of it. Like everything that you own has so many more areas of utility because of the fact that you own it. Freedom to sort of compose, and then they become more valuable as a result because they have more services. So just think about when you buy a car, you no longer buy a car just to take you from point A to point B, which was over 100 years. That's what you would buy a car for. It was a better horse.
Yeah.
But today, you buy a car for status. You buy a car because you can take your family in it. You buy a car because it's red. Like you buy it for all sorts of reasons. The fact that you can drive it
Yeah.
is only one small part of it.
Yeah.
And that's the same for NFTs. And that's the same for land in the metaverse, or the same for Bored Ape. You start off maybe with a single utility, but then the community builds these utilities on top. My favorite example is, like with cars, is the baby seat. The guys who were inventing the baby seat in the 30s could get no support from any car company because the idea that you would transport a baby in a car was like, it's not safe, it's not good, why would you do that? It's ridiculous. And they just made it because they didn't have to talk to the car company, they could just do it themselves, which then later on led to things like seat belts and safety devices and so on. So the network effect that when people compose freely on top of it, build new businesses and new opportunities around it. And now more people are employed and larger economies exist around the industry of owning cars than the sale of the car itself, right? Like when you think about car parks and garages and drivers and all that type of stuff. So that's how we think of NFTs and digital property, those network effects. But because we're early, many of those network effects aren't yet visible or are in the early stages, but that's the vision. And if you have an asset and you have 100 or 1,000 network effects, just count just on terms of what you own in your real life, and then just sort of map out all the network effects that exist in your physical property. And then you can imagine what that could look like in the virtual world.
And it really is a unicorn vision that all of us are now realizing and seeing to fruition right now. When you think about building these economies of scale, and Arthur and Seb, this is your realm, right? You gotta invest to create, and so this $100 million
100 million sand for get phone.
100 million Sand Game Maker Fund. Tell us about this. Tell us the vision behind it and what you're hoping that it will inspire, create, and hopefully what will blossom out of this seed.
I think it's a mission for us to build products that enable creators to express themselves. We really see create as a need to exist. We believe that every humans are creators, and it's, I would say, for two reasons. Like the first one is for ourselves. Like you may say it's just like to give to others. That's obvious. But not only, I think, like the feeling that when you create something and you accomplish these things, it's a feeling of it's true satisfaction, and this makes you feel better. In the case of Sandbox, we are using voxel. That is a very accessible way to build something. Like Lego did it physically before us, so it also has some kind of educational purpose. So like we are able not only to onboard creators to our tools, but to onboard someone that never created anything to create something for the first time. And that's amazing. That's extremely powerful. And the second mission is related to the technology and believes that if you look like what happened the last decades, everyone can just upload a photo or like create a 5-second video, create assets, create games. So the barrier of creation never been so low. However, as I said before, like the platforms that enable this build a very unfair way to distribute the value and a very unfair way to explain what they do with your creation, which is like uh, the second mission for us is to be sure that we not only onboard people on a new way to create, but we onboard them on what does it mean to upload your creation, to meet your creation on the blockchain, whatever the render, and being able to track the provenance, track the revenue, track uh, the mutation, and give any item created a life and a complete different life that what other platform did before.
The one thing I'd like to add is like sometimes we compare Sandbox as like a new digital nation. Like we have land, we have business owners, which are like landowners, we have citizens, which are like the users with their avatars, and all of that is comparable to a real world economy or city or a country economy. Like the landowners, they are like at the core of the business activity in that land, and to help them produce and get started, like we provide those grants, those incentives that essentially will revolve around two approach. The first one is like to little bit like the Netflix model. We pay content upfront based on like what we are looking for in terms of content. Are we looking more for music experience, parkour game, multiplayer game, cultural experience? And we can pay it in milestone, in several installments until they get delivered and they launch. That will be part of the 100 million Sand grants that we're giving. The second part is an engagement model. We want to reward the creator, not just the business, but the individual creator who contribute the most to generate the value of that economy by bringing traffic, bringing users, contributing to the economy and the royalties that we collect on the platform. And so each month there will be a pool allocated based on the number of users that will be distributed among proportionally among to those creators. Meaning you will have also top creators that can receive a lot, but also small and medium creators that receive some revenue, which is already rewarding and might for hobby become significant or might be sufficient to cover the salary of one person in a household, etc.
Yet, you know, this is something that really came from this concept of culture, right? You wrote an op-ed piece for us at Forecast, and you really talked about why culture and ownership are critical to the metaverse. We talked a little bit about it, the network effect and such. How do you see culture really contributing and evolving into monetary value for people, and how does that play out in this space that Arthur and Seb are contributing to?
I mean, there's many multifaceted ways, but let's focus on a few. First one, you know, when Seb talked about building Sandbox as a kind of meta nation, right?
Right.
Where it's like an economy. Well, first of all, let's think about what culture does to an economy. The amount of money that we spend in culture in an actual economy is perhaps the deepest economic sink, if you think of it, right? So in crypto terms, we would like to say culture has the deepest TVL of any economy. And why is that? Because when we buy things for culture, we don't actually intend to do anything except for our own identity. So most people buy a house to live in it. They don't buy a house because they want to sell it tomorrow. Some do, but most of them, it becomes part of their identity. Or when you buy clothes, you know, you're not buying clothes or fashion items or shoes or bags because pure utility. Because if it is, then we'd all be wearing black shoes and it'd be the same. We choose different brands of shoes. We do different things that form our identity because they form part of our culture. And so we invest in these things because they say something about us. And that's the economic sink we're talking about. In the US, you know, the second largest employer is actually in arts and culture. So that means music and film and creativity. And the largest one is technically in retail. I know people selling stuff. But actually, when you think about in any economy, what are people selling? It's all cultural items. It's all things of value. The fact that we're all wearing different things is actually a form of culture. That to me is sort of one of the big drivers around sort of that. And so when you're building essentially an economy that has very low culture, that is only focused on utility, then actually what happens is you don't have depth, right? I mean, imagine Hong Kong as an economy where you're not buying anything for culture. Everything is just for utility, for purpose. Well, first of all, it looked like I think a pretty bad place. It might feel more like 1984 than a diverse, multifaceted society. But also, it gives strength to the economy. It gives you ideas to creativity to create some new stuff. And I think what Sandbox is building here is building essentially with all these brands and cultures an environment where you basically are embedded within it. Like the brands are now bringing their cultures into Sandbox, and Sandbox basically not only gets to benefit it, but then enriches its own local culture that people are buying. The favorite example I give about sort of this example is like the wedding ring. Now, the wedding ring is quite fungible. Right? You can always, you can buy it in Tiffany's for the same price. But the moment you give that wedding ring to your partner, it actually becomes very special. It has deep cultural context. If you sell that ring, it means there must be a lot of trouble, right? But the point being that you would never sell that. It has value. It has value maybe even for your next of kin or your children or whatever. That's why you care about ancestry. That's why you care about our heritage, because it's that deep thread of culture that ties us together. And actually, those countries, by the way, that have deep culture that we love, we end up loving them a lot because they have this thread of history that we've invested centuries of our life in.
And Seb, you said something really interesting. As we've covered you and covered this space, that what we're experiencing right now in the United States, with SBF and the SEC actions, you've said that you're more excited about what's happening in Asia. How does that culturally mix? How does that geographically mix for you? What does that actually mean for folks here in this region, but also internationally?
Yes, effectively, like we've seen Asia become the number one region of the world, driving the growth of Web3 and the Sandbox in general. Now, Sandbox, it represents for Sandbox 31% of our user base. And that has been led by Hong Kong, by Korea, by Japan, but also by other countries from Southeast Asia, Thailand, Singapore. It brings a lot of diversity in terms of brand and culture. There's a rich cultural heritage, there is architecture, but also there's music and different kind of K-pop, T-pop, J-pop, etc. Drama, movies, comics as well. We know Japan for their strength in the culture of manga, anime, etc., telling stories and creating characters around them and monetizing them all around the world through licensing. So that is really a lot of rich ingredients we can use in Sandbox and deliver to a community of creators so that it can mix and remix that. It also changed a lot the perspective that the traditional users and creators have. Like many game companies, they try to grow in the US. That's actually our past history, like looking at Silicon Valley, growing in the US, becoming a top grossing, and then later on, maybe going to other market once we are number one there. Back then, in 2014, that's what led us to connect with Animoca brands and talk to Yatsu and Robbie Young. Like we were looking for a publisher for mobile sandbox in Japan and in Korea and China. I think the world has changed a lot over the past 10 years. And the fact that even the investor of Sandbox were Hashed in Korea, Square Enix in Japan, Animoca in Hong Kong, that told us everything. Like that is a region of the world that's investing, that understanding it, and that now leading it. So, well, I think like it's going to continue growing more in this region of the world. The second region of the world we are getting more interested in is the MENA region. Like we have seen Turkey, the UAE, and recently Saudi Arabia, where we've announced a major partnership. Animoca brands raising 50 million there with Neom and ourselves partnering with Sunsoft. David is here in the room to start growing a gaming industry. They have already players. They need more creative power to develop that industry and bring it to the rest of the world. And Sandbox is a platform that can deliver that.
You mentioned a part of the world and parts of the world where there is a little bit more regulatory clarity, right? I mean, something that, Arthur, I'm sure that you're conscious of. How do you think about digital ownership in this kind of current bear market, if you will, where a lot of people have experienced, the roller coaster of value and then devaluation and then valuation again? When you look into the future and you see this kind of, murkiness, what is it that you see will push the digital ownership forward from a regulatory perspective, and where do you see that happening?
Complicated question. So definitely the roller coasters you've been mentioning is is really tough first for users. Like it's not even for companies, but like imagine those millions of buyers that just bought bitcoins at 60,000 euros or dollars, or so definitely like there is a challenge here to get back their trust. And the question would be like, how are you going to bring like those millions of people that really believe they could make money or they could be part of something, and then you say you lost money and you're part of a scam, which is like really like completely legit for them to say they won't do it again, or like and what's coming with FTX and the full cover of a trial. And um, however, I do think again Asia doesn't have the same taste of all that. And what's amazing, what Seb said, is every company creating a Web3 or a crypto model, like they can field worldwide from day one, which is a very different model that what Web2 did. And they did at this part, I think they did it amazing with VC, and basically they invented venture capitalists. But it was always like localized or always begin in one place, and then localized and scaled in the whole world. Here, I do think that our product and are worldwide from day one, and there is a uh, there is also some things that that I feel is gonna help to recover, is that the whole economy is very unstable. So it's not only Bitcoin, it's not only blockchain. It's like we can feel that, like, and we may be part of the answer, and bring a solution for a new generation of people that gonna have a different vision and different trust on currency and the way to use it. So about what's the best application? Of course, I would say gaming. It's such a cool way to onboard, to educate, with like some kind of um, like gamifying, like the way that like all this is a game, finance is a game, like how you build value, and in a ethic way, like we put culture as a as a main purpose.
Well, look, I think. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to one thing, because you just did mention FTX, and I think it's for those of you who have not watched the news, in case you're in the space, although I think it's impossible not to. SBF did basically, it was the verdict was guilty on all 7 charges, which is great. And I actually think this is a watershed moment for crypto, because to me, this is the representation of the end of a chapter, right? And, with Terra, with Luna, with 3 Arrows, and then the culmination being essentially sort of SPF, it cast a shadow, particularly in the West, because people were confused as to, is it fraud? Is it crypto, right? And so all of us were suddenly cast in this cloud of, oh, crypto is bad because, oh, Sam's a nice guy, isn't he, right? But anyway, turned out that everyone agreed that he was a complete fraudster and a scammer, which we all knew, but the rest of the world did not know. And I think this verdict closes that chapter and moves it on to the next phase, where we can finally say that's done and everyone agrees he's a scammer. And I think it's also interesting that it's the 1-year anniversary of the fact that when FTX, when the CoinDesk article came out, and also the 1-year anniversary when Hong Kong basically said they want to become a digital asset hub.
Right.
So I think it's kind of some interesting poetic justice as to how this happened. I mean, it's just maybe a good coincidence.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. History gives us many, many lessons. And when Bernie Madoff was convicted and spent his life behind bars until his, untimely demise, did we stop Wall Street? Did we tear down the financial system after the global financial crisis? Time and time again, the lessons of history tell us that those visionaries who continue to build through the hard times will be the winners in when the cycle then reverts, right? What goes up goes down, but what goes down comes back up. This is also what history teaches us. So to the visionaries here on this panel and to those of you sitting in this room, there's a lot of promise here. And what's exciting is that there are property rights that are being established. There is economic value. And for every creator, either in this room or in the metaverse and around the world, These are the folks who are building value for you right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have a group photo together first before you leave the stage. I hope you all enjoyed that fireside chat. We're also going to take a little short break after this, so let's get that picture together. And while you're taking that break, remember today's hashtag is hashtag Creators Day HK. Get those pictures hashtag so make sure we can all share those pictures together. At the same time, remember you can meet the Sandbox team at the end of the room and also meet all our different creators and studios. One more time, can we please thank Yatsu, Arthur, Sebastian, and Angela for a fantastic moderation? Digging in deep. Angie, you saw me back when my hairline was down here. Okay, so you knew me way back, way back. All right, all right. Having said that, everyone, if you want to check out, we got a Voxel Wars final round happening on the second floor right now. We're gonna take a 5-minute break before we come back to our next session. So go check it out, go roam around, and I'll see you back in a few minutes, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, me. What's this? Yeah. What's that?
Right, I am back and I love it every time. So, everyone, we're gonna continue on. You know what? The deal is simply come back closer to the stage. You know it. I'm not leaving anyone to stand at the back. You're all gonna come enjoy these beautiful seats. We rented them all day long to be used. Let's make the best of these. They're both comfortable, they're beautiful. Trust me, you're going to enjoy this much more. So join us on the main stage, everyone. We're moving ahead to our next panel discussion. So can I please have everyone join me back over here? Trust me, you're going to leave here with so much insight from the whole day. You definitely do not want to miss out anything. For those of you who are over there meeting the studios and creators, this is your chance to come join us at the panel discussion that we're going to continue on for the next half an hour. The stage is getting set. We're making this ready over here. One last call. You know me, I do my countdown. We have 1 minute before we begin, and I'm not stopping till I get some seats on these, some butts on these seats. You see, I need my coffee too. All right. Everybody else who wants to join us, our panel discussion will begin in 40 seconds. So come on over here. Those of you in the back, get your snack and come join us on this main stage because in 30 seconds time, stuff is going to happen here that might blow your mind away. All right, last call for everyone who wants to join us. The rest of you who are in the back, come closer. Trust me, it'll sound better acoustically, more comfortable. You see the details of the expression. So come join us for the last 10 seconds before we continue on. Can I ask everyone else in the back, come join me over here. Don't be shy. I know the food's over there, but trust me, it's going to distract you because it smells so good. You can't focus on the knowledge that's happening on stage. Having said that, you know what? Let's get this going. I love the efficiency in Hong Kong, so let's make it happen. Our discussion is going to talk about how digital culture representation drives more engagement. And to get us talking about this topic, it's going to be moderated by Belinda Pham from the Sandbox. Can I have Belinda come join me on stage? Belinda, get ready. Right over here. That's right. You sit on that. Let's get the guests coming in. So take a seat. You're going to be moderating this one for us wherever you're comfortable. I tell you what, sit over there so you can see everybody comfortably. Let's continue. And now, please welcome our speakers to the stage. We have Nico Yap from Asian. Nico. We've got Stephanie Lee from Deal Street Asia. And Marie Franrel from Nambia Studio. Also, we have Carla Puel from VC Investor coming up over here. And Joyce Shin from Portfolio Manager. This is it. The stage is yours. Let's do this. Enjoy. Take it away. And I'll leave it to you, Belinda, in your good hands.
Hello. Thanks, everyone. Please have a seat. I know Sebastian is over there, but you can take pictures with him later. So today, we're super excited to be back with the Sandbox team in Hong Kong. It's a fourth financial hub in terms of size. And today, we're not talking about DeFi, not talking about infrastructure. We're going to talk about culture and new levers to drive further engagement and especially culture. So I'd like to introduce each of the panelists real quick, so they can give you guys insights because they have very different backgrounds. So we have Nicole. Nicole is the co-founder of Agent, which is one of the largest NFT collections in Asia that represents women. We have Stephanie Lee, who's a reporter in Deal Street Asia. She's covering VC and private equity, so she has a very traditional background. We have Marie, who's the founder of Nabia Studio. And it is specialized in building video games, immersive experiences on the metaverse. They focus on really high-end experience, and they snatched the Sandy's Award last year. We have Carla, who's a venture capital investor from Lead Block Partners, Web3 VC. You'll get to talk to her after. And you have Joyce from Animoca Brands. She's the portfolio manager covering more than 400 portfolio companies. I don't think they need introductions anymore. So let's get started because we don't have a lot of time. And I want to get really into it. I want to ask each of you guys what culture means to you and how important it is. So maybe we can start with you, Nicole.
Hi, hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Nicole. I'm the founder of Asian. So, Asian is the NFT project we launched 2 years ago, all about representing Asian women. So, what is culture to me? Because I am from Malaysia. So, if you have been to Malaysia, you know that we are consist of three of the largest races, which is the Chinese, the Indian, and the Malay. And honestly, growing up in Malaysia, it has been like a melting pot of all different cultures. Because if you look at the food that the Chinese and the Indian and the Malay eat, it's different. The clothes we wear are different. We even look different, but we are able to stay in a location in harmony and united. So growing up, culture is my life. That's all I ever know.
What are you wearing, by the way?
Oh, can I start?
Of course, go ahead.
So I'm wearing the Malaysian traditional costume. It's called the baju kebaya. So because we have partnered with Sandbox and we are launching our own Asian town, so this dress is gonna be an NPC player in Sandbox. So once it's done, you guys can hop in Sandbox and you can see me as the NPC player.
Okay. How about you, Stephanie? What do you think about culture?
Instead of giving a definition, I want to start with something that's probably everyone knows about it. So there is this infamous term that defined a group of crypto enthusiasts, which we know that is crypto bros. So why I bring this up? Because when I look into crypto bro, there is like a really established discussion on the Reddit, but there's no such thing as crypto cis. I mean, let's have a round of applause to all the female participants here today. What I'm trying to, highlight is that, crypto bro is such a interesting and unique cultural phenomenon, but then it there's so many meanings behind it. One particular big theme is that there's a lack of female participant in this industry, and this is one thing that I found it like really relate to when talking to people and going to events. So yeah, I think that's the first thing that comes straight to my mind when I think about like Web3, digital assets, and culture.
Thank you. How about you, Mary? What do you think?
For me, culture, I had to think a bit because we discussed before coming here. Is for me the collective identity for a community. It means that they share the knowledge, that they share maybe a language and beliefs and values. Yeah, that's culture for me.
Thank you. How about you, Carla?
So, hi everyone. I'm Carla. I'm from Lead Block. We're a European VC fund investing towards blockchain startups. And I guess for me, there's two ways you could think about culture. The first one is like culture itself, like the art, the humanities, and the way you could elevate your mind. And then there's the other part, which is the culture or the customs, the community, and the things you inherit from your community.
Interesting. How about you, Joyce? I'm sure you have a very different point of view from what has been said because each of us has a different definition of culture.
I agree. I mean, there is most of the time I think of that as a living organism. I feel like culture is something that none of us is a passive consumer of. Whatever you choose to do today or not doing is going to help shape that culture. So it's a little bit like a kid, and really how it grows depends on what you feed them. And if you feed them well, they turn out the way you want them to be. But if you choose to ignore them, or you just choose to give them really junk food, then yeah, that will be still having outcome. There is no passiveness in that. It's always about what you, every single choice and thoughts that we put into it every day.
Interesting. So we have culture that means collective intelligence, knowledge, culture that means ethnicities, nationality, and culture that means inaction, action, culture that means also gender, diversity, and heritage. So now that we know more about culture, I want to better understand why it matters actually. Like why startups, why founders should care about it, why creators, why brands, why media, traditional media should care more about it. So maybe to set this up, the best example, I mean, the need comes from the brands today, right? I want to better understand from each point of view. We have a builder, Mary. We have an artist, a creator, with Nicole. We have the media, Stephanie, and investors, right there. From all your different perspective, we understand that to drive further revenue, we need to target the larger audience. And so a lot of brands come to us and they're asking, how do we get to the Gen Z, basically? Because they are consuming things in a very different way. They're completely connected. They're more culturally aware. So maybe Marie, can you illustrate from the creators, the brands you've worked with, how you help them reach to those audiences?
Yeah, so Nabia Studio, we created a few experiences for different kind of brands. I'm talking about, can I say it a brand or cultural institution? Because we are talking about culture. It's the Museum of Textile, who has been around for 250 years. And they had a very major pain point as a brand, which is how to attract younger, larger audience, because so far they are very famous all over the world, but rather towards experts, researchers, and they are more like we don't say elderly anymore. We say like not so young,
more mature people.
Yeah, more mature. So they thought that we did some consulting from concept to delivery. And the KPI, the numbers are there. I mean, the physical visitors versus how many visitors they had on the sandbox for 3 weeks, the experience was open, was 29,000. It might not be amazing, but for a museum of this scale, for a museum period, is amazing. And some people connected from Japan, from the US, from Indonesia, just the people that they would never have thought they could reach to. And it's opened. We as a studio, we are just community activation enablers. That's what we do. Yeah, that's one example. Not really a brand, but an institution. But we have many other experiences, like with World of Women. It's a brand very close to you. They started a bit before 8 Asian, but they have an amazing community, male and female, very inclusive, about diversity as well. They do a lot of effort for education. and they have many partnership with brands. And coming to the metaverse was not only a should we, is like when, and they did it very early. And the third example I can give is from the music industry. Uh, we have a client, Avenged Sevenfold, and they were they scored the highest foot traffic season 3 last year with the Sandbox, and they already have a community of big fans. And how the metaverse of the Web3 could activate, like they have an NFT drop. And I don't know if you remember Taylor Swift fiasco when people had to buy the ticket concerts and the servers went down after 3 seconds. And so this band, Avenged Sevenfold, is the first one to speak to Ticketmaster to action to gate NFT gate. All the holders have their priority to get the place, and we are gating some experiences on the sandbox for them. So the Web3 is amazing for many activations for community and their culture. Yeah.
I agree. So like it seems like there's different ways, like means to get there. Like a lot of people achieve that through music, through fashion. And on that, fashion is an amazing way to express ourselves. It's an expressive primitives that's super rich. I want to better understand why you launched your NFT collection and like what was the rationale behind and like how do you achieve this stickiness? Like because Web3 is a lot about community, about like connecting people with the same values, not necessarily same ethnicities. Like I could relate more to someone from China than I relate to someone from France. So like, could you tell us more, Nicole?
Yeah. So if you guys have forgotten, so I have a NFT project, Asian, and honestly, the reason why I started it's because 3 years ago when I was in the NFT space, it was really male dominated, and it's more towards the West back then, 3 years ago. So when I first found out about it, I wanted to dabble in it. So I'm not gonna mention which NFT project, but I was in the Discord channel. I was introducing myself. I said, "Hey, I'm Nicole. I'm from Malaysia." Back then, unfortunately, I was getting a lot of hate. People started saying that, "Oh, you're the creator of Corona. Go back to China. Like, we don't want you here." And then in the whole Discord, they were saying, they were tagging me and they said, "Kick her out, kick her out, kick her out." So I left the group myself because I didn't feel I didn't feel comfortable and I didn't feel I was included. So then there is a saying that says that if you're not invited to a table, you create your own table. So as an Asian woman, that's what I did. So that's why I started Asian. So I want to show you how my NFT looks like. It's really small, but this is how it looks like. It's all representing Asian cultures, right? So then that's what I did. At first, I didn't really give much thought to it. I just said that, hey, it's just another NFT project. And then we took off because it was a bull market. So this was 2 years ago, in January 2021. So then we were on OpenSea top 10. And later on, there was also, unfortunately, there was a lot of rugs during that time. If you guys have been there, you guys have seen all the projects that's appearing. Any project that claims to be an NFT sells out instantly. But then for me, I wanted to create a brand that lasts. So then after that, I saw that the Bald Yacht Club had a collaboration with Adidas, and I said that, hey, I want to do something with an Asian brand too. Then I reached out to Uniqlo Malaysia, and I told them, hey, I have an NFT project, and it's all about representing Asian women. So at first they said, what is an NFT? But then later on, I managed to work on our first collaboration with Uniqlo 2 years ago. So we were selling 200 clothings a day in Malaysia. And then later on, it was supposed to be a 1 month partnership. They extended it to 2 years. So if you're still in Malaysia in Uniqlo, you could go to the store and buy a Asian t-shirt. So then that was the starting point of it kind of sparked my idea that, hey, Asian is not just an NFT project, it's an IP. Just like how you look at Mickey Mouse, you won't say this is a mouse with big ears. You said that's Walt Disney. So I want to one day people see Asian and say, hey, that's not just some Asian girl, that's Asian. So that's what I wanted to ingrain in people's mind. And then ever since we had 20 collaborations with brands, our last collaboration was with Vogue Singapore, the fashion magazine. And then last month we collaborated with Charles and Keith to build on Sandbox actually. So we actually had a collaboration with them. If you go to Sandbox, Charles and Keith land, you can see Asian girl. She is the character there. So she's the superstar. Yeah. So then, this month we will also be collaborating with a beauty brand as well. So that's why I'm so grateful for Sandbox, because I feel like this is a platform where people could experience culture and kind of show truly what the beauty of NFT is and what the beauty of Web3 is. Because you can be at any parts of the world, you could be at home and still jump onto the Sandbox and be able to experience this virtual experience. So what I'm trying to do next with Sandbox is that we will be building an Asian town where we will be featuring iconic buildings of Asia in that small plot of land. So it's gonna be a place where my community will be there, like basically a place to gather, and hopefully I will see you guys all there in our land, Asian town.
Thank you so much. Very interesting use case here. I wonder like how seamless is it to actually onboard artists, brands, creators? Like how, for example, someone like Marie can help a collection or an artist to get onto the Sandbox. Maybe you can talk about the few experiments you've built for those kinds of like people.
So we were very lucky. In terms of, so we created the company like 3 years ago, less than 3 years ago, and we found talents, expert talents, not necessarily on the voxel side, but it was very easy to train them because they were already very high profile, and they live in Italy, in France, in those two countries. And that's when we decided we would go full remote because they are already very settled down and we need those talents. And so it works well for us. And, you know, we did also hire some younger people and train them. And we are not, I want to say this, in France, one player, video game player out of two is a female player, but only 18% of people who work in video game studios are women. So we try to hire more women, but you get just 3 CVs out of 120. So, that's not a fair game. It's all about education, going to schools and explain this is open to everyone.
Thank you. So you get it. The Sandbox is like Instagram, but 3.0, like on steroids. It's a place where you can like express yourself. It's gonna be very easy, as easy to be an influencer than a creator on the Sandbox. Well, being an influencer, you just need a phone, you take a picture, and you show a version of yourself. And the Sandbox is a way for you to like express yourself in a more immersive and visual way. Now, I'd love to get onto the hard part, like the let's say here we are talking about a lot of well, we were talking to founders a lot because they're bringing the tech, where they're bringing the infrastructure to make this happen. And when you're a founder and you're trying to find ways to drive further revenue, right? We always say having a sustainable advantage is having a unique DNA, an unfair advantage through a good culture. I kind of wonder how do you see this as a VC? How culture is a driver in terms of like revenues or like growth strategy. Can you give us a better understanding?
Yeah, I think interestingly in Web3, especially in Europe, but we've seen more and more of the CRM of Web3 pop up a bit everywhere. and or like the wallet analytics tool. And I think that's very interesting because that's a way actually for projects to get a better sense of their users, their consumers, and their community, and to better serve them. Because if you think about it, well, blockchain is a transparent ledger. So, I mean, I can be an open book on the blockchain. You can see like the NFTs I've owned, the transactions I've made, the smart contracts I interacted with. So you can really get a clear picture of who am I, what I like, my culture, maybe my communities, the people I've interacted with. So I think that's an interesting lens to look at it in terms of projects trying to better address their users and their community.
Absolutely. So, Joyce, what do you think? You see a lot of innovation, ZK, and so on, data, how to better connect people. What do you think?
I believe that there's a lot in the culture about coming back to a point of action. And a lot of times when we talk about culture, we think about what we tell people. But more importantly, it's what we show people to make them feel like what you want to promote or what you want to put forward is just part of life. And one of those examples, maybe outside Web3, just to make it more relatable to everyone in the room, would be let's take Impossible Burgers. And I think like a lot of the times when we thought about vegetarian food, there is always that mindset of this is how it looks like. And even when we go into saying in the science now, it makes it so easily accessible in different forms and different flavors. It was only until we get such an easy to access product in the market that it becomes more mainstream. So I believe there's a lot to be gained about how we use products and how we have startups that are willing to take that step to not just tell people why things are important, but to show that it is important and it is very easy to get to, just to widen the appeal and get everyone to buy into that.
100%. So at the Sandbox, you can find um, a variety of profiles, artists, dancers, singers, builders at the same time that makes this happen, but also frontier technologies that is very important. You have AI for personalization, and I think that ZK as well for the data and so on. So we provide you a platform that connects the dots. Now, I want you to give us one last word each before we end this panel. Where can people find you? By the way, they all have their Twitter handles. Joyce, have you reactivated?
I have not reactivated my Twitter, but
where can they find you? Cyberport.
You can find me on Telegram at Joyce YYC. It's the same thing over and over again. I try to make sure it's easy to remember, also because I have poor memory.
Fair enough. Carla, what do you want to say? One last word.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here for the week, so happy to speak to fellow investors, projects, partners, and otherwise available through Twitter or Telegram.
Marie?
Yeah, same here. Twitter, Discord, Telegram, whatever you have. I have it too. I'm not very active, but and my last word would be, yeah, check out the winter event on the Sandbox. We are launching CyberCons. It's going to be an experience that is very, very different. It has a different look and feel. We are co-developing with another studio, and we are also launching again Avenged Sevenfold. And my last word is keep building and keep creating. It's just an awesome time. I know it's the bear market, but it's the best of times. I was at the bear market back in 2018, and I learned that just be patient, just keep building, and it will pay off.
Thank you. Tiffany?
I think for me, my last word would be keep challenging and building at the same time. And if you guys ever have any interesting idea, just talk to me. I'm based in Hong Kong, available like LinkedIn everywhere. It's very easy to find me. Yeah.
Thank you. Nicole?
Yes. So if you want to be a part of the community, get yourself an Asian NFT. No, but I'm really happy and glad that we are a part of the Sandbox project. I can't wait to bring in more brands into our land and to the experience. I feel that the past year has been really hard for all of us. And I'm so glad that we're all still here. And I do agree. If you look at all the Fortune companies, they are all built during the recession and depression. So this is the time to build. So yes, I do agree on that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for listening.
Thank you,
and
Belinda.
have a round of applause. Thank you so much, guys.
That's right. Let's get a photo together, actually. How about you all stand up together, stand in the center, just getting that shot together. Me too as well. Oh wow, this is a special thing for me. I tell you, a few of you first, and I'll join in for the next shot. Let's make sure we have that. All right, we get the shot over here. How about we take one step to your? All right, one step to your left. Yeah, there we go. One step to your left, everybody. So we're right in the middle of the shot. This is good. One happy picture, one happy moment. The camera's right over there. You know what to do. Big smiles. That's all we're asking for. We got that one. And while we've got that camera happening, I'm going to come in for one quick shot because you asked for it. Let me make this shot. I'm going to join you as well. This is me with my V sign. If you want to do that as well. All right, one more time for our speakers. Well done over there. Thank you so much. We got the shot over there. Again, you're learning so much about this. Is why it's the best of times. Never worry that it's a bear market or whatever. The key is opportunity is there waiting for you all the time. All you have to do is go out and try it and give yourself a chance. Be a creator, just create. That's all you got to think about. Having said that, I hope you've been enjoying this so far. We're going to move straight on to the next session. This is a bit more intimate. We don't have a big group. We're going to have two people discuss about simple things. We talked about storytelling in the previous session, the importance of how the world at the end of the day is about telling the best of stories. So we're going to move on to the next session. It's a deep dive on how to shape a captivating storytelling. For this, I'm going to now invite to the stage from the Sandbox. Can I please have Julian Carbon come join me on stage to help me take over this one? We're going to start this over. Can we have Julian join me on stage? That's right. Don't be shy. Hey, you're right over here. Look at that. And of course, all right, well, let's get you the clicker. That's fine. Right over there. You got it happening here. This is how it is. We're organic. Anything's possible. The stage is shifting. This is changing. Things are happening. But again, reminding you all, today there's so much going on. This is the main stage. Second floor has the Voxel Wars. We've got the studios and the different creators over there as well. But don't worry, at the end of the day, we have our awards happening at around 5 p.m. And my favorite, 7 p.m., it's the dance battle. That's right. Someone's going to go wild on this stage. So I'm going to hand it over to you. You want to take it over and you can introduce who would you like to talk to, right? Okay, wonderful. We'll hand it over. Thanks so much, Julian. The stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be with you here today. My name is Julien Carbon, and I am a lead narrative designer at the Sandbox in Paris. And today, I will talk to you about how to create engaging storytelling. But don't worry, are there any writers or narrative designer here? No, it's good. But anyway, I'm not going to talk about how to write better, which is the thing that all writers hate, but more to share with you how we work as narrative in our narrative team in Paris, how we work with the IPs. And in a second part, Mr. Minoru Yanai will join the stage to discuss how he brings the best Japanese IP into the Sandbox and how we work with them. So, first thing as a narrative is understand the IP's needs. Over the last 2 years, I've been working on several experiences like Gucci, Playboy, Agoya, Steve Aoki, Snoop Dogg now. And each time it's a different challenge, of course, and a different way of talking to the IP. But what we like to do as narrative is very early on, as soon as we have a kickoff call in the beginning, to have a one-on-one conversation between narrative team and the IP themselves, so that we know exactly what are their needs, what message they want to convey, what they hope to find in their Sandbox experience, even before we propose anything as a project. And I know that some other teams don't work like this. Sometimes it's the producer who will handle this. But what I do is do a very thorough research on the IP, which is what the producer does too. But that gives me everything I need to know about the IP before we start to talk, and really dive in with them about what they want. Once we have done this, I discuss with the level designer, and together we present a concept, the IP. The other thing that is very important for narrative is understanding the player. And understanding the player's behavior is very important because, you see that because of the nature of our game, there are elements that are very important to understand if you want to make a good experience. And the first thing that is very humbling for any writer is that players don't like to read. That's it's the thing, you can, of course, any writer will be very angry to hear that, but it's the truth. Because of the nature of our game, people go through and they don't like long dialogue. So don't overstay your welcome. Make dialogues short, sharp. If you want to make something funny, make sure that it will be in a short length. Like, never use the full capability of the box, like it's 260 characters, something like this. Make it like a short message each time. Even if you have a very nice joke to put in there, think twice before putting it, because probably players won't read it. So make sure of this. Second thing is, no, it's not this one. Well, yeah, players don't like to stop because they rush through the game. It's very difficult to have the player contemplate. And that's what we want sometimes. We want to give them clues, we want them to look at things and, take a while to contemplate the beauty also of what we are building. But because of the rush, we need to find tricks to make sure, that it will work. I see that all my slides are in the wrong order. Is very well. Anyway. But this thing is actually not something linked to narrative. It's more something that is linked to level design, but it's something that you need to discuss with the level designer. We need to build this thing together. Like, it's very often framing inside the frame, for example, so that you will force the direction of the player so that he will contemplate what you want him to contemplate. In the same attends. Sorry. Yeah. One other thing that I forgot to say. Players don't like to read, so short dialogues, and also please make the player clever. Very often when you see our answer box is always very short, like 60 characters. But it's nice to have the player answer in a way that is not always, oh, okay, yes, I'll do that. I got the information. Yes, right away. No, it's nice sometimes to have the player revolt a bit against the mission he is given, that he has a kind of reaction that you don't expect. That makes also for the player something that is more interesting, So it's a very actually important point, but still keep it short, always. So basically, what is the main thing that I would like to share with you is that building a good experience is about a full collaboration between the level designer and narrative designer. It's not, of course, you can do like on one side, you will have the guy writing all your dialogues, you give it to the level designer and he will build the experience, but that will not make a really great experience. What is great is that if you have a constant communication, try to find visual effects, try to find expressing the things visually so that it will make something more engaging without using the dialogue. And to achieve this, you need this collaboration really straight between narrative and level design. So it's really a full teamwork, and it's essential to what we do. Another thing we like to do is build your own little cast. Some IPs, of course, they will have very elaborate characters already or they have already characters that they want to put in the experience. Sometimes they don't. You will need to create them. But I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about NPCs that happen in the experience that as guests or just people that you see inside the experience. But it's nice to give them a little bit of personality. We like to use a few of those little guys here, that we use as guests, of course, with the consent of the IP, and we use them in several experiences. And of course, they are not linked directly to the IP. They are just guests. They are here. But if you go through the different games, it will feel a transversal. It will give a transversal feeling to what we do and give a real metaversic impression. Like I like this character of Bakmei because I was a fan of the character in the films. So we use him for Steve Aoki, and he's part of a quest in Steve Aoki. But we used him as a guest in different experiences. He just appears here and there. It's just a little thing, but he has his own little storyline, and maybe unconsciously the player will realize this. Sometimes they don't perceive that, oh, it's the same character, but he's here, and it creates this feeling. The same thing with the lion guy or wheelhead guy. There are characters that we use and reuse for that purpose. And in the end, as a narrative, don't forget that your best ally is voxel art, because voxel art is so beautiful. So the most important thing for us maybe is to make sure that all these beautiful assets are staged beautifully. And that's not only something for the level designer, it's really something that involves us as narrative. So you see, narrative is not only about writing dialogues, it's really about incorporating all those elements, like when you make a film, basically, but really working with the LD on this. And now I will ask Mr. Yanai to join me on the stage. Hello.
Uh-oh. Hello, everyone. So we're gonna stand here or sit, take a seat.
You want to sit?
Yeah, it's better.
Yes. So as I explained, our way of working, that is really having the narrative talked really early on with the IP. It's not the same method everywhere. And Mr. Yana, can you explain to us how you bring those Japanese IPs into the sandbox, and if there is a difference in our approach?
All right. So the Japanese is that we have a little bit of strange culture, I would say. Can you show the next one? So this is our collections. There, we produced is there the Sandbox Japan team. Yuki is there, country manager. We produced it together. Is there 2 years ago? So we started this metaverse is a land and the collections first. So this is the first case study. It's enter the Japanese market. So we made a big success is there with Sandbox. And then is we start to collaborate Sandbox Japan team and IP holders to convincing each in the kind of filling the gap between creator, studio, Sandbox Japan, and IP holders. So some crisis is taking so long to convince and explaining again. So some takes 1 year, some is 6 months. So this is the first correction we started. That is just everything that happens with Sandbox, Yuki and Sebastian. Good. Next one. So there currently is we started selling this avatars. Is there on the Sandbox? Is there called the Captain Tsubasa? We roles for the Sandbox to communicate IP holders, and also is the Sandbox to planning and the making narratives with you, and there is the explaining and filling the gap there between the studio creator and IP holders. Because is there as many cases as Japanese IP holder, they not provide us the demand what they want. So basically, it's the Japanese guy. It's relying on the creators, studio, or game designers. So we have to either discuss and filling the gap. So, for example, these are kind of not like a main character from Sandbox. This is a requirement for the from Captain Tsubasa office. At the Sandbox team want to do something, so we trying to make things smoother and easier.
Yes, I have a question about a character, a series like Captain Tsubasa, an IP like Captain Tsubasa, as it has a very long and strong story and universe.
Yeah.
How does it work on your side? You have the narrative team will propose different options on how the adaptation could be made, and then the IP reacts.
Okay, so this case is the first is there we discuss is the which era of Captain Tsubasa series focusing in. Maybe when that Tsubasa was a kid, when there was junior high school or professional, and the we decide is kind of their junior high school time.
But this decision is yours, or it comes from the
Okay,
IP?
they're both side actually is there or their team that wants to do this, and also is there we out they're telling them it's could be that this way it fits together either for the IP holders because as I mentioned, IP holder doesn't tell us what to do.
We'll go to the next one.
Yeah, the Fist of North Star. This is quite an interesting case. They won't have idea, many idea, some little bit crazy idea, strange idea, and the cool idea. This is because it's this IP holder is a Fist of North Star. Actually, it's the author and the office board member is the same people. So their management and also the author's copyright holder is the same people.
So the author has a direct input when you do the experience.
Yeah. So we explained, we discussed with their Sandbox team, Japan, and also we discussed with their management team of the Fist of North Sister, and we have really many different ideas because the Fist of North Sister is crazy world, end of the millennium. So there is we can put in the zombies, which doesn't exist in the comic. So that is like putting together, discussing, putting new idea of narrative. Because the Fist of Gnosis is technically is a regular people, no zombies.
When when I think of Fist of North Star, I think of the very violent series, and of course with the abstraction that we create with the voxel, there is a big gap between the expression in the comic book and as it is in our world. So how did the author how did he react to this?
Okay, so the violence part is also interesting because it's voxel art, which means it's not really realistic. Which means we can provide together is as a kind of bit of joke. So there Kenshiro is bringing some special effects, and then it's an explosion, but still it's not too violent.
And it's something sure because what we do is a metaverse that is really metatextual. So there is always this ironic distance that is created because of the voxel also that helps to going into this direction.
I want to say one more thing. Excuse me. I was trying to again making filling the gap either what the IP holders wants to do and also sometimes don't provide what they need. So Sandbox team and our team is together is pulling out what they actually really need. You mentioned as well. So that is the first thing is really important. Is there what expectation which is they don't realize. That is actually the process of BD work, a process of negotiation, process of explaining whole together. That is kind of my role, and this takes sometimes taking for a while because many people, the old school IP holder, don't really understand between Web3, Metaverse, and the combination.
Yes, and anything else you want to add on this?
All right. So if people is all here is looking for the collaboration with Japanese IP, of course, on the Sandbox, maybe the Fist of North start with some collaboration is a lot to discuss. And the Captain Tsubasa is just relaunched, but is for the future is maybe either Fist of North with Tsubasa or Sebastian's avatars in it. So it's any kind of collaboration is could be the welcome and. Also wants to learn or wants to see what's Japanese IP businesses with metaverse or game industry, I'm more than welcome to discuss.
And so, can we expect more great Japanese IPs coming soon to the Sandbox?
It's just about announcement. It's need a little bit of process. Either it's one of I believe it's a top 3 IPs right now, and it's coming on Sandbox, but I can tell right now. So it's please watch out. It's a Medium or a Twitter post on the Sandbox. We hopefully announce next couple weeks.
We are very impatient, and we hope that you will need narrative designer to do that for you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much again, once again, for your sharing. Really insightful, important about storytelling. So thank you so much. Please be seated. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. And in fact, you just dropped a lovely coin right here. It came from your pocket. So enjoy that. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, everybody. We'll be back with some more sharing. Really important. Just to remind you again, the Voxel War has finished right now, but of course, everything here is still active. We want to make sure, would you like to get a photo as well with the two of them? I want to get you back here on stage for a group photo as well. Julian, Minoru, could I please have you on the stage again for one group photo? We want to make sure we remember this special moment together. Right on the stage here, please. Let's get a picture. This is a special thing. You shared all those things about storytelling, the importance of how you want to make sure that creators are both of us. Keep it simple. Don't make them read too much. Respect them. Let them feel that they're part of the narrative as well. And that's the most important thing because we want to feel involved and ownership and making sure that's our story we're telling. Thank you so much, everybody. So we'll be back in a few minutes with more stuff over here. Get a drink. I feel we all need a little coffee break. There's some coffee over there. Get some of that as well. The snacks are there and there's some fruit. Parents will say, have some fruit. So everyone, we'll be back in a few minutes. I'll see you shortly. Thank you. And I am back again. It's me, everybody, which means we have something happening on this main stage again. So, everyone in the back, I want to invite you, join us over here. This one's an important topic. We're talking about the land's roadmap. You definitely want to hear this one. You want to know where is that land going? What are we going to do in the 2024 ahead of us? What's happening? So, again, my usual countdown. You have 1 minute to come closer to the stage. You might be sitting far thinking, you know what, I'm comfortable here, but trust me, you have not enjoyed this until you're sitting closer to me on the stage. So, one more time, anybody in the back, if you want to join us for this session, please, this is your opportunity because in 30 seconds' time, we're going to have our speaker come up to talk to you about how to be part of the sandbox culture, the 2024 Lands Roadmap. So, again, anybody who's interested, this is your chance to come back over here, the main stage. This is where the action's happening. I'm telling you, everyone, I saw some of the slides. They're looking interesting. You definitely want to learn about this and benefit from this. In 20 seconds, everyone, we're going to make this happen over here. So if you want to join us, this is your chance. You're in the back. You're close to the food. I get it. But trust me, right over here. Come over here. That's right. You're the man. I like your style. Coming over here. Any seat. This whole place is your VIP only section if you want to come over here. Get your buddies, get your friends, and join us over here. Learn more about the roadmap, what Lands has in store for 2024. Let's make this happen. And with that, it's time. Oh, they want you back over there. That's cool. That's cool. It was so close. I thought that's it. We're going to finally fill it up. Again, anybody in the back, if you want to join us, this is your opportunity. Right over here in the front, we're going to talk about simply how to be part of the sandbox culture, the 2024 Lands Roadmap. So I want to invite anybody who's interested, come join me over here. Julian, I like your style as well. It's always good to learn more from your colleagues and everybody as well. This is what it's all about. It's about sharing. That's the best way we can do it. All right. With that, I know a few of you are interested, so we're going to get this going. Remy, I think it's time to invite you on stage. Please welcome to the stage, Remy Bompard.
Yo, yo, yo.
Hey.
Hey there. Hey, people. So we are starting probably the last conference of the big. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So almost done. I'm sure you're tired. I'm sure you heard a lot today. So I'm gonna try to not to bore you actually, because I'm gonna share a few stats, numbers, graphs. I hope you won't get too tired. I try to make it funny. Just to introduce myself, I joined the Sandbox 2 years ago, and I'm now the director of the land ecosystem. So my role is to coordinate the launch of the new tokens, launch of the new neighborhoods, and make sure that we are able to make the sandbox even bigger, even better in the future. This number, for the one who don't know our ecosystem, represent the total number of lands that we'll ever have. It's a big number, and out of this, the land, I just want to make a quick reminder. What are lands? The lands are 100 meters, over 100 meters, and 128 meters of height, which is pretty important when you start building. So in this scope of work, you can actually create anything you want. And this is replicated over the number I mentioned earlier. So in that time frame, you can create sports experience, games, social hubs, or anything. I'll come back to this later. That's the current visual of our great map. As you can see, these parts are not this is not water. This is empty areas that we are trying to develop, that we are trying to launch in the next future. So all these areas will be potential creative ecosystems. That's either themes. So for example, last year we started with California Dreaming in October 2022. California Dreaming, which was over there with the big face glam. We then had a luxury and fashion area with Gucci, Time, and more. And we are trying to imagine new neighborhoods based on new kind of stuff, sports, movies maybe, and we also want to expand to local territories. That's why we're here in Hong Kong. We are launching India, we are launching Thailand, and many more countries to come. 75% is already sold, so get your hands on it quickly if you don't want it to be late. And we are really proud to have 24,000 plus landowners. It's probably one of the most diverse NFT ecosystem in the world. And I'm going to come back on the numbers later, but you will see that we have a very, very strong, unique numbers of people owning just one land, which makes actually our ecosystem a very sane ecosystem, and we don't have a concentrated user base. So we talked a lot about this year, how we launched these neighborhoods, how we actually think these neighborhoods have a true value, bring a true value to our ecosystem. As you can see, we started in February with Voxel Madness. Voxel Madness was a gaming ecosystem. We jumped into Megacity 3, then Caverse, then we had a great music area with Infinite Pulse. Then we jumped into Turkey with Turkish Verse. We launched last month Lion City for Singapore. And I'm glad to announce today that next week we'll have the Cinerama land sale based on movies. So you will be able to find your most famous movie brands, movie production companies jumping into our ecosystem. I'm personally really, really happy about this land sale because I truly think that movies are actually probably the best ecosystem to put into games. They already have a world, an existing world, so it's really easy to transpose that into a gaming story. And I'm really happy to announce this today. So be ready, November 9th. This year, we will be releasing more than 7,000 lands, new lands for new people. It's very important to understand that we are currently welcoming more than 25% of first-time buyers at every land sale, which means that we are welcoming new people in the ecosystem for a quarter of all the land sold this year. Bear market, Metaverse is dead, yeah, for sure, but we're still welcoming a ton of new members, which help us grow our community. So it's all about creativity. These neighborhoods are good, but we really want to make it creative space where we can bring network effects. You know, the success of YouTube, Facebook, Twitter came because you enter the ecosystem for a reason and you stay for no reason, but you stay because you like the content that you actually discover. That's the same here. You enter the space because you like gaming, because you like music, and you stay there, you discover new content, more content, great stuff, and you eventually spend 2 hours in the game. So yeah, that's a melting pot of all the trailers from these past land sales. Seb announced it earlier today. We talked about it a lot. We just released self-publishing. Because having lands, it's good, but we need content. We want to have content. We want to allow you guys to release your creativity into the world. And this self-publishing feature will allow anyone to monetize their content, to publish their content, and empower the creators. So that's something we really want to help. And this self-publishing feature will help a lot our ecosystem to grow. So usually when I talk to people, they ask me, hey, what can I do? What can I do in the sandbox? What can I do on my land? To be honest, I could say anything, but right now, our game maker allow you to create all these panel of activities from gaming to music to fashion with catwalking and more, art museum. You can also do social hubs based on different themes. So these are the main themes available right now. And 2024, as per the presentation of my colleagues, we will have a lot more features allowing many more gameplays. So what's the actual value of a land? I'm not going into financials. I don't have a crystal ball. But what I can tell you is that the initial value, of course, is about encapsulating your experience on the map. So the land is actually the portal, the access point for anyone to enter your world. Then you also have to consider, I said it earlier, it's a finite ecosystem. So once it dries out, there's nothing more. Also, lands are the gateway to monetization. You can create something, but if you don't monetize it, the ROI is close to zero, probably, or even negative. So the land is an access point to monetization. We're also, and it's something we're announcing in next year probably, the decentralized governance. We always told our community, it was in our initial white paper, lands will be the core token of the governance of the sandbox. So if you want to get into our politics, into our strategy, you need to have lands. And also, lands will allow you to generate useful resources. So on these lands, you will be able to generate catalysts. I don't know if some of you are aware of the catalysts, but the catalysts will be the key assets to create assets. So swords, dragons, and many more. Anything that comes into your mind, you will need catalysts from different rarities, and these catalysts will be available through the lands. Now, I told you I'm going to share some stats, some numbers. So what you see here, and all the numbers you will see in the next slides, are the numbers from the the quarter three, so the last quarter, compared to quarter two. Okay, it's very important to understand that. So in Q3, we recorded more than 2,000 total trades on all the maps in our ecosystem, which is 20% more than what happened in Q2. It's really amazing. The total trading volume reached $1.6 million, not cent, dollars, which is even higher in terms of increase, 21% increase. And we deployed to date more than 3,000 new lands, with the rest to come in the next 2 months. The average transaction price in Q3 has been around $600, which is 19% more than Q2. And what's really amazing compared to the previous quarters is that premium lands compared to standard lands have seen an increase by 58%. So right now, premium lands are valued more than 50% than standard lands, which is quite good. And it's twice more compared to the previous quarter. Something I also want to share with you guys is the ownership duration. We have only a few flippers actually in the community. We have true members, true community people who actually keep a lot their lands and are really attached to their tokens. You can see the curve here. So I'm analyzing a bit the period. So if we see from the start of the year, we've seen the average ownership duration increase, which shows a great signals for the community. And that's what I was saying earlier today. We have more than 16,000 owning one single land, which makes our community very, very diverse, very specific, and the rest, you can see the distribution. It's pretty much spread in a good shape, showing that allow us to have 24,000 actual community members. Okay, this is one of my favorite slides. A lot of people ask me, hey, where should I buy my land? And this is probably the best answer I can tell. Except if you want to acquire a land next to the very biggest IPs. Otherwise, the value is quite well spread out. So to me, it's a perfect opportunity to enter the ecosystem. You don't really have to be attached to somewhere. You don't really need to wait a specific time to enter the space. You can actually enter a bit everywhere. You can have plenty of different opportunities. About landowners. So we're talking about benefits, value. That's a small token of gratitude, of course, but it's also a way for us to reward the community and help you create. So every month, we are rewarding our landowners with assets, exclusive assets, as you can see. So if you haven't checked the claim page, I invite you to go get your assets. And I was doing a landowner workshop earlier as well. And one of the guys told me the problem is that it takes too much time to create. It's a pain because I have a job on the side. I can't spend all this time to create. So that's why we're also implementing a ton of new templates, more complex templates with better gameplays that will be fully customizable, of course, but allowing you to create new content more easily for self-publishing. Also, premium lands. Premium lands are a big topic for us. We really want to restate the value of these premium lands. So premium lands, as any premium status, you will be highlighted. You will be put at the top of the chart. That's for sure. Also, we really want to put the traits, the premium traits on chain to allow more features in the future. we also want to put on chain the neighborhoods, because then we will be able to create leaderboards. We will be able to create dedicated features for specific areas on the map, specific kind of tokens. That's something that's going to come in 2024. We also want to do exclusive asset drops for premium landowners linked to IPs. And I was talking about Catalyst earlier, the famous resource that's going to come very soon for landowners. Premium landowners will be the only one to benefit from certain rarity of these assets. So if you want to generate a legendary sword, you will need a legendary catalyst. And legendary and mythic catalysts will only be available for premium landowners. So you need premium lands to make the rarest assets. And so to finish, I'm going to list a few features for the next month. Next week, for the Cinerama land sale, you will have a new wait list, because we know that you're a lot of people participating into our raffles for each land sales, and it's not always fair. You know, it's a random raffle, so it depends on your activity, and you don't always win. So we think of a waitlisting where you can participate, and if you don't win, you will have another chance to purchase. It will be on a first come, first served basis, starting after the end of the raffle sale. It's going to be live next week, so be ready. I don't know if you saw that on socials, but we also initiated the Land Ignition program. The Land Ignition program was a buyback program where we purchase a bit over 100 lands on the secondary market to get these lands, to redistribute these lands to our community. We really believe that creators should be rewarded. We really believe that some creators cannot enter our ecosystem because of the prices and the costs. So we really wanted to provide this opportunity for them. If they're really rewarding, if we can reward them, that's the best thing to do. And yeah, finally, what I was telling about on-chain data, we really want to put these on-chain data on at the front of the next feature next year. And finally, sorry, I forgot about that. We received a lot of complaints about the recent auctions, unfortunately. OpenSea has some issues with auctions, and right now all our auctions go through this platform. So starting with the next land sale, you will be able to purchase a 3x3 or a 6x6 with a new mechanism, with a gamified auction mechanism with cashback. So basically, if you participate in the auction but lose, you will get a portion according to how close you are from the final price. So it's a good way to incentivize people to participate, and it's a fun way to participate. So I invite you to test it next week and send your feedback. So thank you all, guys. I will just to announce this. I will run a few landowner workshop around the world. So next week I'll be in Korea to host this. I hope I will run another one in Paris, in the US next year probably. So if you're in this area, want to join, always here to discuss, always here to know why you're here, what you're looking for, what you're expecting of our ecosystem, and be able to improve. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Remy. Fantastic insight into land ownership and the importance and the road ahead for all of us. And having said that, wow, we have powered through the whole day. So we're going to go on to our final session of the afternoon. And you will see the stage here. The chairs are adding on one by one. We're going to have the biggest discussion we've had so far today, all on this one big stage. We're going to squeeze in 8 people discussing. We're going to talk about the global opportunities in the metaverse for brands and creators, which is why you definitely do not want to miss any part of this, everybody. We're setting up that stage to make this happen. Again, to remind you, everybody, hashtag Creators Day HK is the hashtag to use today. Any photos you took, please make sure you do that so we can see and share with everybody. At the same time, I hope you got to gather a lot of new insights, information, and you feel more confident as creators to see how can we keep moving ahead for the future and the sandbox. All right. right. With that, everybody, as you can see, the chairs are over here. So I'm going to quickly invite to the stage a bunch of you from the Sandbox team to join me over here so we can discuss the global opportunities in the metaverse for brands and creators as a fireside chat. Please join me in welcoming. Can I have Sky, George, Arisian, Yuki, Cindy, Eric, Karen? Please, everybody make some noise. And of course, moderated by Johan Lee from the Sandbox. Come on up here. Everybody, this is it. We're going to have this great fireside chat talking about everything, why it's exciting for brands and creators for the future in the metaverse, all those opportunities, the potential, the possibilities, all up to you. All right. All right, no problem. Here you go. I'll give you the mic as well. Take it away.
Sounds good. Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying with us till this time. I know there are 7 panels here, but you don't need to freak out because we have 20 minutes of limit. So we're not going to go over 20 minutes. I have prepared the 3 questions and I'm giving each one of them 1 minute. So I hope that everything can be wrapped up in 21 minutes. So as you see, you know which countries each one of these heads are managing and leading, and they have been playing instrumental role in the growth and expansion and success of the sandbox. And they're really the experts in really activating IP brands and building and fostering a creator ecosystem in their regions. So we would love to hear their wisdom and experience. So I will begin with the first question. So the first question is, I would love to hear about the genesis moment in your country. What opportunities did you see and wanted to capture in your market for the Sandbox Metaverse? And let's begin with Sky, who is our head of growth for Thailand.
I'll get the lucky dog. Okay, so when we talk about growth and when we talk about like the opportunity, I would like to reflect myself first. How come to the sandbox? So basically, my journey is start pretty simple. I'm a financial person. Never try about the creator tool before. 2 years ago, I have a chance to attend the VoxEdit workshop, and I have been spending 6 hours and got my first NFT access. That's so awesome. And I don't know before that. This is how people who not being like a creator be able to build something that's amazing. So this thing is kind of like make the sandbox more cool and accessible to anyone. As you can see in the morning, we have the tagline that anyone can be the creator, right? So this is a proof of the mindset that I believe in the growth that can happen in Thailand, because one thing in Thailand, we are so rich of culture and we have a lot of creative production team, and also we have like the culture of the gaming, right? And another one that I would love to share out more is like how it happened among the creator for the network effect. Right now in Thailand, we have almost 11 builder studio. Most of them is come from just like the creator who participate in the game jam and also the work it is content. So I think this is like the magic ingredient that make the sandbox having like growth all the time. And right now we still like keep doing a great job, not only just the sandbox in Thailand, but I believe that you're gonna hear more for other country as well.
Great, thank you. Turkey, Aslan.
Yeah, I mean, starting from my journey, I met Sebastian and Arthur 10 years ago in GDC in a gaming conference. We were both doing Web 2. We had no idea about Web 3, but they were building. I saw them, very engaged and stuff. And once Sandbox went out and, became start becoming like a big project. So I was also in. So I was quite excited to change my position from Web 2 to Web 3. And specifically for Turkey, as you guys might know, I mean, Turkey is one of the highest crypto penetrated countries around the world. and we have around almost 30 million, wallets. Binance itself has like 8 million, 9 million active wallets. And in terms of gaming, we have 35 million gamers. Especially female gamers are really high in Turkey. We have the highest female gamer proportion in Europe. So this gives a lot of opportunity to us, Sandbox. And then we saw this along with the expansion that strategy we had. We saw Turkey as a big opportunity for player base. I mean, and then we focus on the player acquisition. On the other side, as also Thailand and Sky mentioned, we have also some richness in terms of history. So because Turkey is in the middle of everything, like we have Roman Empire, Ottoman Empire, like we have 3 religions and stuff. So we are actually building a lot of things around the history and cultural landmarks. So I would say like more like crypto gaming and history. So these 3 pillars explaining my journey and my territory journey.
Thank you. Karen from India.
Hi, guys. So, we heard earlier NFT stores culture, right? And India represents culture. And the first thing which brought my mind to what Sandbox can do in India is the entertainment industry, whether it's Bollywood music, Bollywood dance, or Bollywood movies. And that started our journey with Sandbox, where we partnered with Hangama Music, being our first IP. And now we've signed Shemaru, Eros, very large movie studios in the Indian film industry. That's how we started. Then we just started in July, around 5 months ago. We have signed 18 partnerships, and we already have 3 studios who've come here to Hong Kong and at the back at the Creators Day. We are proud that India has the largest amount of creators, the largest number of game maker downloads of Sandbox are from India. So we really want to push the creator ecosystem. We are building all our IPs and game development in India with Indian creators. And we hope that one day our Indian creation studios can also build for global IPs and for other Sandbox projects across the world.
Great. Thank you, Karen. Eric, our host today, our head of Greater China.
Okay. Thank you. So, to share more about myself, actually, I come from creative and gaming industry before, so I pretty understand about the kind of the hard time for development and how the creators they can have a better environment to empower their own creations as well. So I think joining Sandbox is a pretty good opportunity for me to good use of my experience to let also the creator understand that what is the digital ownership, and then to let them understand every creations they got their own value. This is very important for I think not just only local but all the creator from worldwide. So to work inside Greater China area actually is quite interesting, because you can see that we got like over these 2 years we got like 70 plus partnership we make that within these 2 years. They're not just coming from gaming but also banking, theme park, transportations, and then local school as well. So I would say actually Hong Kong is quite similar to Metaverse, because you can see every different kind of contents can be involved into this area. So there's no limited for only gaming, entertainment, or what. But we used to try our best to bring as much as different category into this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. George from Singapore.
Thanks for the little claps. Actually, I think I had a lot. Singapore had a lot of opportunities actually created by Hong Kong. Because the first time I was introduced to the Sandbox was by Harvey over there, who is from Hong Kong.
Me too.
And him as well, right? Everyone give a clap to Harvey there, right? First time he introduced me about the sandbox, I didn't respond favorably, and I regret that every single day. But later on, and we met because I've been in the space for a long time. I was in the crypto space for since 2016. I've always been a speaker in the space. I've been an advisor for many projects, and Harvey actually met me because I was speaking at different conferences, and we became friends. And he got me interested in the sandbox, and during that time, the second time he talked to me about it, I was way more interested. Because when I looked at the market, I realized that this is going to be big. And I knew games very well, being an avid hardcore gamer myself. But more importantly, I felt how the metaverse would grow. And I remember there was an email from Sebastian just asking if I knew anybody in Singapore because Hong Kong signed DBS, which is actually a Singaporean bank. And I took 2 hours and I told Sebastian that I'm moving to Singapore because I'm not from Singapore. And because I was really committed by the opportunity that Singapore would bring to the metaverse. And with that partnership, we actually leveraged on the hard work that Hong Kong did. So thank you very much. And yeah, we've I think completed Hong Kong Lion City in just 9 months of work. Then yeah, thank you Hong Kong. Thank you to Honkies too.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you, George. Cindy from Korea.
Hi.
Whoa,
Thank you. Whoa. Thank you. I'm Cindy from Korea, and I want to talk a little bit about Korean market, how Sandbox penetrated Korean market, because there was three factors that Sandbox had really got into Korean market. Number one, Koreans are really serious about real estate. I think it's very similar to Hong Kong, and the way we first started with land sale really got into Korean people's minds. So I think that was a big success in Korea, and that's how we have a lot of landowners in Korea. The second factor, who doesn't love money, right? Like sand, it was another factor that made Korean people crazy. And we have an exchange called Upbeat, which is one of the biggest exchange whose traded sand is traded. So there you can see another affection from Korea's side towards Sandbox. And the third part is, of course, the creativity that we have. Many of you guys probably know that Korean people are very serious about gaming. In like esports industry, Korean people, they really want to win there. And also when it comes to free to play, Korea is one of the country where we came up with the concept of free to play. And so the Sandbox's creativity tools, it really touched, I think, Korean people's heart. And so all these three factors together, I think the rest of is history. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Yuki-san from Japan.
My God, you guys talk a lot. Okay, so first I reached out to Japanese anime IPs and then kawaii IPs, and that's how it all started. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you for saving a lot of time for the next question because there was one question and we have only like 8 minutes left. So next question will be the last question. But which is the most important question? So I'm gonna give you strictly 1 minute each, and I'm gonna cut off the moment you guys go over 1 minute. So you guys make sure you're tracking time, okay? Okay, the next question and the last question. What were some key moments of growth in your region while you were managing the country? And if there were any challenges, how did you overcome it? I would love to hear about your success story.
You look at my eye.
Let's go. Oh, let's go. Start with the UK. Oh, yeah, sure. Let's go.
1 week ago, we have Thailand game show. So we have around 180K people participate. What I saw is like the participant asking me for building their avatar in the event. So that is the moment that I feel, wow, that is super simple. That is what like everyone wants to do. So the second part of the moment that I see is like about like when people come and play aloud, right? At the very beginning, even in Thailand, we have a lot of mobile gaming. But for the multi-world, we have a lot of like investor, speculator right? So at the event, what I seen like we have seen an experience that people can immerse and embrace with like the new kind of game, and also like be a part like the ownership of game in themselves. Yeah.
Okay.
1 week pitch.
Thank you, Sky. Thank you, Sky. Yes, Aslan.
For me, the key moment was definitely the month of sharing event, the Ramadan event, because Ramadan is very important in Turkey, in the region, Middle East. So it's actually very important for any kind of gaming and tech companies as well. For example, most of the gaming companies in the region are making 30% of their revenues during Ramadan, and activities like 200%, 250% higher during Ramadan. Once we came up with the idea about a month of sharing event, which also, not just only the regional aspect, it was a global approach as well. So what we did is actually we came up with an idea to bring not the future to the metaverse, we brought the past to the metaverse. Like you could literally experience the Ottoman Empire in 17th century Ramadan in the metaverse sandbox. I mean, it was quite unique, and then we had a lot of really good feedback. And then after that, our numbers really skyrocketed, and then we see a lot of like media visibility and stuff. We saw a really good organic growth after that. I mean, we are actually building top on it right now. I would say.
That is great. Karen.
Yeah, I think what was different for us is that once as I said, we onboarded Bollywood IP and various cultural IPs into India. But Seb asked me that he wants to build in India for India. And we had to quickly appoint a lot of studios, find studios, train them. And now we have more than 10 studios applying to become partners in a short time. And that was driving the driving the creation in India. And we're excited to do the development for all our projects in India, including the large tier one Bollywood IPs, where we're developing them in our country with Indian creators.
Thank you, Karen.
So I have to say it should be like the collaboration and partnership with McDonald's HK, because everything's just completed in a very limited time. After we confirmed the partnership, so as I remember, we only got like 1 month to create a one-by-one experience. So I have to thank you for Pengu for supporting this, and then and everything's just running very smooth because of even though McDonald's HK is a very I think we just afraid that the approval process will take a very long time, but actually it's just take 1 day meetings. That's all. So I would say McDonald's giving us a very good experience for this year.
Okay, thank you, Eric. George.
I think for me, the turning point for Singapore was actually the partner day. Because during the partner day, we introduced more than 30 different brand and IPs that we were directly working with, more than 10 ecosystem partners, and we invited about 300 different enterprises that came to the event. And what they saw was how brands could collaborate and how we could showcase that the metaverse is a very collaborative space where communities, from NFT collections to, Web2 communities with brands, studio builders like today can all interact and grow and actually leverage on each other's strengths and each other's IPs as well to create something truly unique, which I think is special in Web3. So I think when we did the partner day, it was a big showcase. People started to understand that collaboration was the ethos of Web3. And I think a lot of brands decided to work with us after that and kind of leverage on that. So to me, the turning point was partner day. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy.
In Korea, I think there are some people here who likes K-pop or K-drama, K-movie. So with that, with K content having its highest time of all, we try to get as many as the content providers, who has IPs, high IPs like CJ Entertainment, who has IP Parasite, which is an Academy winner, and Studio Dragon, who has a lot of great contents that's streamed by Netflix, and also we have a partnership with Cube Entertainment, SM Entertainment, who's leading a K-pop globally. So we try to attract a lot of K content fans to Sandbox Metaverse and Sandbox ecosystem. But the hardship that we faced working with these IPs were how to satisfy their pickiness of their pride of the contents. Like they had to pick exactly the color they wanted for the clothes their artist is wearing. Like the way the facial expression should be a little bit brighter. So we work very closely with some of the studios that we have in Korea, such as Nestri and FacPros. They're already here today to actually satisfy or to meet the needs the IPs have. So we'll be keep trying, and we'll try to have our experience come to meet you guys in near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Yuki.
When we got the first IP, anime IP, Captain Tsubasa, and it opened a lot of doors for us after that. It was difficult till then. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Yuki. Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, in the very beginning of today, Sebastian, in his presentation, he mentioned that Asia is taking up 35% of the sandboxes market. And that's really thanks to these leaders here. So let's give them a big hand of applause.
Asia, yay.
All right. Thank you. And thank you for listening. Yeah, let's jump to the next session.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Oh, picture. Let's take a picture together.
Yeah, let's get a picture together. All of you on stage, squeeze it in, get in this shot. All right, let's get a picture over here. Big smiles looking forward, please. Okay, nice fixed poses. I love the little thumbs up, the loves, heart signs, all that stuff. We have the video in front. Okay, camera's done. We're done with the pictures. All good. Thank you very much. You mean okay, you want to swap around? All right, you want to go for like this? Oh, we're going to do a griefy with the whole room as well. So we're going to try to have you all. Okay, we're going to do it. Don't worry. Everybody relax. We got too excited. We just jumped the gun. We were like, all right, we got to do everything. We quickly. This is fantastic. All right. So everybody, first of all, give yourselves a round of applause. You went through the whole day. You did it. Yes, we're here. We made it. We've been here for the last 7 hours just absorbing knowledge, getting excited about the future, and we're going to move on. In 10 minutes' time, we're going to move on to our awards ceremony. We're going to be giving out the Sandies Awards, everybody. That's right. You don't want to miss any of this. So everybody in the back, if you're chatting with your friends, I appreciate that. That's the point of coming today. But when the award ceremony comes up, I want this whole room filled up. I want even the Oscars to get jealous, all right? So we're going to come back in around 10 minutes. The award ceremony will begin by that time. And I'll see you then. Remember, hashtag Creators Day HK is what you want to do when you take a photo. I'll see you in a few minutes for the awards. Enjoy.
Yeah. I'm going to Okay. Yeah. Okay. Please sound like for the name of the for East and the name by not the past and like the watching I'm not used to doing like runner up, like sex runner up, fast runner up. It's usually like fast, like the flash legs.
Ladies and gentlemen, made it. It is time. We are now getting into the Sandies, the awards. Are you ready? Make some noise. This is the award ceremony, everybody. We're here. We're awarding the hard work. That's right. And for this session, I have my very good friend who will take over for this. So I want you guys to give a really loud cheer and welcome the partner program manager, Arthur Monet.
Hi, everyone. Hi. Thank you for making it today. Thanks, Vivek, for emceeing. What a great MC. We were so happy to see him today. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you all for coming today. Thank you all to all the studios, creators, and everybody here. You've been coming from long distances, from many countries, many continents, and we personally want to thank you. So you might wonder why the Sandies? What's the Sandies? Well, it's our first Global Creators Day here in Hong Kong, celebrating all creators, studios, and everybody participating into the Sandbox. The Sandies Award is the first edition ever celebrating the creators in the Sandbox. And so what's the Sandies? It's a way of rewarding the best studios, best creators who are in our ecosystem for their hard work contributing to a better place. Each creators build their own experiences as they see it. They build games with specific goals, shares, and values. So that's why you can see a multitude of games and genres in the sandbox. We have music, culture, fashion, social and cultural impact. They each have their own vision and creating a better place. With that short introduction now, I would like to introduce you to Sky, our head of growth in Thailand, that's going to celebrate and award each winners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The magic card is here. We're gonna announce who make like the most popular, the greatest experience from each category. I believe this is like almost the last session for today, but the most important one of the year and today. And let's go to the first one. Our first award of the most brand popular experience. Thank you. Who is the winner? McNugget Lamb! Woo! Thank you. Please tell me, Joy, welcome our
Stage.
Yeah.
So Katie and Kai, please come. There's two. Yeah, boys, a bit. Thanks.
All right, perfect. This is a one of amazing experience that we celebrating for the year of Chicken McNugget together. This is a unique, engaging, and a fun way. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations. All right. This is just the first one. The first one. Our next award category is the most popular music experience. Five headed CJ Entertainment from Rio. This one an amazing experience that I ever had before. Is it be able to put you to work for the boy right from around the globe? Okay. Today, unfortunately, our amazing partner cannot be here, but we recognize their work. All right. Let's move on to our next session. Okay. The second one, music. How about the third one? All right. Let me bring you guys to the third, the most popular experience. Movie and TV experience. Tsubasa Land. Who is the fan? Tsubasa. Captain Tsubasa is the great one, the great experience beloved character. Produced by the Studio 51. Please help me welcome
Here he is. Yes.
Yes. Oh.
Congratulations. Come.
Amazing. Thank you so much. All right, let's move to the next one. Okay, let's move on to our next category, the most popular sport experience. Scotland! Thank you so much. Okay, please help me welcome Hermit Crab Studio, who have been building a great, playful, fun sport experience. All right. Okay, we come almost like a half of the journey for today. Let's begin to the next category of the award. Gucci Motherless by Gucci. And even today, our incredible partner unable to participate, but I believe Gucci is the one of well-known brand and also almost the first one brand who entering into the metaverse. Okay. All right. Next. Okay. This is the proudest moment. Cultural experience. You're gonna see how the metaverse embracing with a different type of the experience. Songkran Splash by Palapuri Studio. This is one of the rich culture of how we celebrate Songkran Thailand New Year in the metaverse. All right. Thank you so much. See, next year we welcome you to the Songkran in the metaverse. And now let's move begin. As we know, Web3 and metaverse, we need the builder, the creator, and educator. Next, I would like to introduce you to the most popular educational experience. School of Bomb Lecture by Swipeback. Please welcome our incredible builder. Okay. All right, thank you so much. Okay, next. Of the most popular social and environmental impact experience. NFB, Careful by Vim Builder, please. Couple is the one of fun experience the global B issue, and beside this experience there is the NFT collection that all profit generated will go to the B fund from the foundation of the France. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. Are you ready for the rest? This will be the most popular game experience. Rolling, please. Join hand. Welcome to the stage. Okay. I think they're not here. Okay, no worry. Okay. All right. Next, the most popular adventure game experience in the sandbox. The Omega. Please. Oh, incredible. Builder request. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. No worry. We will send them both physical and a virtual version. All right. The next most popular our game jam experience. Is Ken from Hachi Studio. This is the one of my favorite game jam forever. They have like almost like 20 level that you can play and try like on in this system. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Okay. The next most popular avatar collection. Paris Hilton. Who is the Paris holder avatar? She is the queen of the metaverse. Okay. All right. Our next is the community choice experience. School of Block Legend. Please welcome Swiber. All right, amazing. Okay, this is just start. During the whole day that we have been talking, sharing together, we have like an amazing chat session that starting in the parallel is the voxel contest. So I would like to introduce the PandaPops to be like the one who announcing the winner for today.
Hello, everyone. So, for those that don't know, we've been running a Voxel Wars contest downstairs pretty much all day. Contestants have been in multiple rounds and they are given 25 minutes to create voxel art off of really random themes. And then the finalists then had an additional 25 minutes to perfect those crazy creations. So I'm here to announce the top 3. So our second runner-up is Kerry Mack from Pangu Studios. Second runner-up, first runner-up. What, really? We got rewards for him? Oh! What's one? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the boards. Yeah, in. Okay. And our first runner-up is Skunk47 from Paraplie. Yeah, is that it right? Congratulations. Congratulations. And our champion is Emily from Fact Bros. Woo! So a big round of applause for not just our winners, but also absolutely everybody that took part today in Vox Awards. Congratulations to you all. You were fantastic.
Yes, and one last word. Like it was like the Sandies will come back next year, so we really encourage you to keep creating. You had today all the overview of what's coming, the new game maker, etc. So this is an encouragement. We want you to feel rewarded, and let's keep creating. Thank you.
Oh, I am standing. I was like, is that true? I'm like, oh, it's for the term here. And I was like, thanks. So he also took photo.
Jared, what's the
SoundCloud, yeah. I had like one photo. You can choose one.
Can I? Okay, all right, perfect. Everyone, I believe this is already the last session, but not least, we need a group photo to celebrate together. Everyone, please welcome our CEO to be on the stage to take a photo together, and our CEO Sebastian, please. All right, and the rest of the room, please come and join the stage to take a photo together. Ooh, yeah! Yeah. Find a space for yourself. Okay, now. Okay. Oh, that's perfect. Okay. Yeah.
Can the winners of the award just stay for one more picture together? All the winners. Yeah, you stay.
Yeah,
Good.
absolutely,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so you want to take your award? Yeah. Take your award. Award winners. Award winners. Yeah. Award winners, come in. Yeah. Well, you're hiding the camera there. Arthur. Yes. Okay. Thank you and congratulations, everyone, again. And the MC is gone, right? Yes. We need to announce the dance fight at 6. Yes. Don't leave yet, because we have one more thing tonight. We'll have a performance, a dance break performance at 6 p.m. So please stay, enjoy the drinks, enjoy the food, and then we'll go on the second floor. Second floor for a very unique moment. You will feel the passion, you will see the amazing move, and we'll end the day together with real dance creators. Thank you.
But as far as the Thailand, you know what you do with a package. That shit was trash.
All we wanna do is gas me. How we end up in the backseat, just trying to get to the bag. We on the same page, you the same way. Only keep the fam around me. So let me know what it's gonna be. I don't plan on getting no sleep. While we on up, facts, candy paint with the windows all black seats, creme brulee. What they gon' say? The top down, spirit money, anything. We up till 6 in the morning. And the sunrise will be on it. Oh, I got five, you both so alive. We wanna go, baby, when we gon' slide, baby, when we gon' slide. Yeah. Up all night, baby, when we gon' slide. Oh, baby, baby, when we gon' slide. Slide, slide, slide. I don't care if we on the front, nothing's matters when we one-on-one. Looking at us cause we going dumb. We on the same way, if you same way. You know I'll be down if this with you. Where we going, baby, what's the move? We should take a trip up to the moon. Get on, doing our thing, moving to the backs. Candy paint with the windows all black seats, creme brulee. What they gon' say? The top down, with money and thing. We up till 6 in the morning. And the sunrise will be on it. What that pride, we gon' go live. I been wanna go back when we gon' stop, baby, when we gon' fly. Up all night, baby, when we gon' fly. Hey, up all night, baby, when we gon' fly. Up all night, baby, when we gon'
I need a break, yeah. I need my pitch in the A break. Booty all out with your cake. On the space we drinking. I only come out with stars out. I'm on the hips looking far out. It's in something with a large mouth. Get it at the boy like fall out. Oh, that nigga, drop it, give me girl, drop it, give me this. You slide with me, the pictures when you miss. Go hold me close and don't make on me. I ain't gotta too much, I know what you speak. I ain't gotta know astrology, I know your high. Get the fuck with you, don't let niggas fuck with your mind. I ain't giving out apology when I'm behind. But in the streets, the brands on ride.
What's that? Candy paint with the windows all black seats, creme brulee. What they gon' say? The top down, give me money and thing. We up till 6 in the morning. In the sunrise, we'll be on it. What that pride, it's all so light. Never wanna go back, when we gon' stop, cause we won't go fly. Up all night, and like we gon' fly. After we up all night, and we gon' go side to side. Up all night, and we gon' go side. Look at the brand new ride.
When you gonna stop playing these games, bro? The chick could be a fantasy. I can see you got big energy. It ain't too many of them that can to me. But I might let you try it out the Hennessy. Make them sing to this thing like a melody. And if your girl ain't right, I got the remedy. It ain't too many of them that can to me. Yeah, chick, I could be your fantasy. We're in time, August, give time, August, inside. Baby, I'm so into you. That if you only knew all the things that so to my mind. But it's just you gonna have to come and see this. Pretty like Nunu, petite like Peach. It's gonna be a fantasy. You ain't gonna believe this. Hold up, got Mimi on the read. On the count of three, baby, get money. Bro, to the left, we don't want it. I'm the one they love to hate, but they can't get past. Pretty face, no waist, and a big old bag. That chick, that could be a fantasy. I can tell you got big energy. It ain't too many of them that can handle me. But I might let you try it out the Hennessy. Make them sing to this thing like a melody. And if your girl ain't right, I got the remedy. It ain't too many of them that can handle me. That chick, like a big fantasy. It can't. Tell me how you want it. 3, 2, 1, camera rolling. With slow motion. Trip them up. On all that big talk, I don't put them on. I'm just being honest. Jeray Dolce, tempo, time me to the bed while you role play. Ain't skill folk play, little kitty cold pace. It's about shit, but tonight we do it your way. On the count of 3, bad get money. Go to the left, we don't want it. If you ever see me broke, I'm probably rocking a cash. Pretty face, no waist with a big old bag. To be a pencil. To be a pencil. Yes.
It's a new world. It's Lionel. It's Mariah. And I'm looking at my wrist and it's a new watch. This the remix.
Yeah, we got it like that. Show up the drip, but we got it like that. Don't wear the rules, just popping like that. Yeah, yeah, we got it like that. Yeah, yeah, we got it like that. You got it like that. Yeah, we got it like that. But you got it like can't no one get on our level. Gotta stay fresh from the head to everyday vibes, though it ain't no flex. Yeah, we been up, now that y'all upset. Don't miss no shots when we take them. They come to us, we don't chase them. When you're this flat, you don't need no stress. Whole team good, couldn't be more blessed. One thing you should know is that I'm letting go. I was with a flick, yeah, we got it like that. Show up the drip, that we got it like that. Know what it is, we just popping like that. Yeah, we got it like that. Yeah, we got it like that. If you got it like that, yeah, we got it like that. But you got it like that. Know that you're thinking of him. Look in the mirror, you love him. Every day I wake up feeling myself. Started for the bottom, now we on the top shelf, yeah. Keep on how it's hard, put me go to go. Me, myself, and I say, yeah, get so let you go. Finna take off, be my own boss. Ain't no limit, cause it ain't no trouble. You should know. What's the only way? We're sort of quick, yeah, we got it like that. Show off the drip, yeah, we got it like that. Know what it is, we just popping like that. Yeah, 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 we got it like, oh, yeah, yeah, we got it like that. If you got it like that, oh, yeah, yeah, we got it like that. Come on, understand. That you got it like.
I got my from Atlanta, sipping this Japanese Fanta all night. My girls want to keep that pole when I'm loose on my shawty a dancer. Big friends, cause I'm like Barclay. She wanna ride in this R8, that's what they all say. And they ain't give a shit. No. It's the part like letting go.
What sort of flick? Yeah, we got it like that. Show off the drip, yeah, we got it like that. Know what it is, we just popping like that. Yeah, 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 we got it like that. All for you. Yeah, we got it like that. We got it like that. Yeah, we got it like that.
Moving through this jungle like a gecko from the ghetto. We ain't here to win the medal. Hit the bottom low, then we move to the echo. Take it round the city, pulling strings, Geppetto. Now you're sipping amaretto in the back room like a statue. How you move to this rap tune? A vacuum. Boy, I had a sense of bamboo. So it's been about the king, never had a tattoo. OG, only running from the police. 4 feet deep, if you dig it, then we both leave. So sleep, jumping in with both feet. But you win it how we win it, so we get it, then we don't sleep. Don't freak, I'm a beast, not a goblin. Out the goblin, we mix tricks till we robbing. Whoa, and just the way it all goes down. When you're from a different planet, but you in my sound. Huh? Let's get precise control. Not the kind of precise. But still getting skills. We're just banging in your truck. Now it's the difference I control. Not the kind of precise. But still getting skills. We're just banging in your truck. Been through this jungle like a gecko from the ghetto. We ain't here to win the medal. Hit the bottom low, then we move to the echo. Take it round the city, pulling strings, Geppetto. Now you're sipping amaretto in the back room like a statue. How you move to this rap tune? A vast you, boy, I had a sense of bamboo. So it's been about the ink, never ink, never ink, never ink.
On my leave, could keep my cool, but tonight I'm whining. I'ma be in a dangerous mood. Can you match my time? Telling me that you really about it, what you hide. August cheek to show me that you understand I'm like it. Can you blow my mind? Set up my whole body. I give you my time. Can you sense my soul from it? I don't want you take me where you've been before. Can you blow my mind? Set up my whole body. Baby, sweat, baby, harder. Baby, you're my best. Baby, walk around. Baby, sweat, baby, harder. Baby, you're my best. Baby, wanna. Oh, funny. Can last all night, I'll be too excited. Oh, privacy. You ain't gotta go nowhere, you can stay inside. Can you blow my mind? Set up my whole body. If I give you my eyes, can you touch my soul from it? I don't want take me where deep before. Can you blow my mind? Set up my whole body. Let me sway it, make it harder. Take me through my breath, make it work. So take it sway, make it harder. Take it through my take it work. Just take it sway, make it harder. Take it through my breath, make it work. Take it sway, make it harder. Take it this way, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water. I got friends, you got friends, oh, they got kids. I got friends, you got friends, and you drop makes me wanna pop, pop, pop. I got friends, you got friends, ooh, they got kids. I got friends, you got friends, and you drop makes me wanna pop. Pop, 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 I got friends, you got friends, oh, they got kids. I got friends, you got friends, and you drop makes me wanna pop, pop, pop. I got friends, you got friends, oh, they got kids. I got friends, you got friends, and you drop makes me wanna pop, pop, pop. Got you. You're killing it, bro. Killing it. You won't look good looking. And baby, going out so hot, just like you love it. And I know I burned myself, I just had to touch it. But it's so fast, and it's all mine. Wait, baby, if you don't mind all the watches,
Said this that ain't close, real close, they might learn something. She ain't nothing but a little loose when she does it. She's so fine. It's like, it's long as I got my suit and tie. I'll leave it up on the floor tonight. It's up to the eyes. Let me show you what. And you press up in black and white. You're dressed in that dress I like. It's up the skin for heads. I wish you were. And you wish you were. I'll show you what. Into the south. In the swing of the I'll show you what. You it's the father. Hey. Stop. Let me get a good look at it. Oh, so thick. I know what they call it, a fatty. And oh, shit, so got a hit and picked up a habit. But that's alright. It's all mine. Oh, go on, show 'em who you called, buddy. I guess they're just my cars, girl. They wish they had it. Oh, my killer, my killer. Yeah, you're a classic. And you're all mine. Tonight. As long as I got my suit and tie, we'll leave it up on the floor tonight. So any got mixed up too. To show you what. And that's up in black and white. That's that dress I like. In the hips. I'll show you what. And I'll show you what. I'll show you what. And to the fire. If the swing of love, I'll show you what. I'll show you what. And it's so possible. Hey.
All black at the white shows. White shoes at the black shows. Green card for the Cuban links. I sit back and enjoy the light show. Nothing to see, nothing to see, nothing to see, nothing to see. Trap house. Another one.
I'm never like you know it's put you back in with some automatics. We gonna send them to heaven. Wait. Sturdy, sturdy. Shake it, shake it, shake it. She like the way that I dance. She like the way that I move. She like the way that I rock. She like the way that I woo. She let it clap for a nigga. She let it clap for a nigga. And she throw it back for a nigga. Yeah, she throw it back for a nigga. Like a Mary, like a Mary. Billy Chain, Billy Chain. Christian Dior, Dior. Up in all the stores. When it rains, it pours. She like the way I like a Mary, like a Mary. Billy Chain, Billy Chain. Christian Dior, Dior. I'm up in all the stores. When it rains, it pours. She like the way I 30 on me, buy the come niggas know that I'm paid. Bitch, I'm a dog. Get me lit, I can't fuck with these niggas cause niggas is gay. All in my page, sucking dick, all in my comments and screaming my name while I'm in the club, throwing them hundreds and fifties and ones and ones. They know I'm wildin' if I'm on the island, I'm snatching the tail. Already got locked, the night is fail. Until he's free, I'm ready to hell. Tell my shooters call me FaceTime. For all the times we had to space time. 50 nights I'm doing state time. If you need the glizzy, you can take mine. You know I'm like that. I'll make a movie like TNT. Black 30 to me, acting really funny. I bet I air it like DMT. I stay my section, and I keep that 38 for the weapon. Remember when I came home for correction? All the bad bitches in my direction. She like the way that I dance. She like the way that I move. She like the way that I rock. She like the way that I woo. And she let it clap for a nigga. Clap for a nigga. If she throw it back for a nigga. If she throw it back for a nigga. Like a Mary, like a Mary. Billy Jean, Billy Jean. Christian Dior.
Hey, let's give it up to Top Corner Way for USA.
Suppose she like the way I like a Mary, like a Mary. Billy Jean, Billy Jean. Christian Dior, Dior. I'm up in all the stores. When it rains, it pours.
Hey everyone, how about that? You are going to see some amazing stuff tonight. So that was a showcase put on by Kang. Kang, do you want to give some remarks?
Yeah. Automatics, we gonna send them to heaven.
While I catch my breath, how y'all feeling? I said, how you feeling, Hong Kong? Yeah, we're gonna tear out the spot. Now look, I'm gonna give y'all a quick thing about me. 2017, you cut the music, boss. In 2019, I had my dance move stolen from me, a dance move that I made in my mom's living room. I had a dance move stolen from me from my favorite video game I ever played. It was 2K. And they took my signature dance and they put it in the game, and I never got the credit that I deserved for it. Ain't that crazy? Ooh. It's my favorite game too. That's crazy. And then later on after that, I had the opportunity of working with Dance Fight and the Sandbox. And shortly after that, I was able to find out that dancers don't have a lot of laws that can protect them in their creativity. Dance Fight gave me an opportunity to have a platform where I could have my likeness and sell it in a way that I could actually earn. I could actually earn my respect and my financial gain. And I was actually able to build a future based on this. So thank you, Sandbox, Dance Fight, for putting my dance moves, my likeness, and my legacy into the metaverse forever so that people could share it amongst one another and I could fully be protected. My rights are protected as a creator. And I just want to take the time and the moment before they move on with the show and the night. I just want you guys to realize that it's so much bigger than just a video game for recreational use. There are people that are really fighting for their creative rights. People like me. And now I'm 15 hours on a flight away from my house, man. I'm in Hong Kong. Thank you, Dance Fight. Thank you, Sandbox.
Love that. How about it for Kang? Alan, please come up. Alan and Seb and I are just going to give a few introductory remarks, but I'll just share with you what you're going to see tonight is a showcase of extraordinary talent, street dance talent, different styles. You're going to learn some things maybe tonight, and definitely have some fun. And then we get to the battle. And the battle will pit dancers against each other, and you're going to see fierceness, but you're going to see love and respect and culture and community. These are things that we think are totally simpatico with Web3. We think this is the human embodiment of Web3. So with that, please.
Exactly, Rich. Well, all of things you mentioned, like supporting creators, rewarding them for their creativity and allowing them to make a living from that is very aligned also with the culture, with community building. And we've been all here today. We came for the Sandbox first Global Creator Day. But look around you. How many of you have made new friendship, have started to connect, to talk, to realize that this is more than a virtual world? All the people you meet here, they build for the virtual world, but they are real humans. They will become your friends. You're sharing those emotions, those memories together. It's fantastic. And I wanted to end the day with the best performance I've ever seen with Dance Fight. I have seen it in New York first. We've done it again in Seoul. We're bringing it here in Hong Kong. And who knows where next.
How many of you were in New York? Yeah, you were there, right on. Seoul? Represent? All right. Tonight, let's blow that away in Hong Kong and make some history.
Yes!
And none of this would be possible, even at the Sandbox level, without Animoca, of course. And Alan, in particular, has been an incredible evangelist for this community.
Welcome everyone to Hong Kong. I'm very privileged. This is the third time I see these amazing folks. We first started in New York. We were in Seoul recently. And now I think we've got 3 of them coming. And, we've got some amazing local performers from Hong Kong, street dancer as well. I think this is really special because, as Seb said, this is really tech meets culture. By turning the move into playable NFT that you can use in Sandbox, we allow these dancers to make a passive income when there's no gig during COVID, when Hollywood is shut down with the protests. And so this is really an amazing showcase of how technology meets culture. So I hope you enjoy the street dance today. Someone's going to mention that some of these guys is going to be at Paris Olympics, right?
Yes, absolutely. So street dance is actually now the newest sport at the Summer Olympics, for those of you who don't know. So this is such a big moment. We view dance as a universal language. We can take this extraordinary talent, this extraordinary art form, this sport into any community around the world, and it'll be jaw-dropping, and people will love it. So we believe that there's an opportunity for us together as a Web3 community to actually create something extraordinary. And we just wanted to share with you, announce it tonight. We are going to launch the World Street Dance League. This is going to be a professional league. And you, the fans, are actually going to be the stakeholders in the teams. You're going to make the decisions on the rosters. You're going to be involved in the drafting process. You're going to come up with the creative branding for all the teams. We think this is going to be epic. And, you know, Kang's comments about how this is impacting his life and he can make a career out of this. How about a professional street dance league where you're a respected athlete artist as a street dancer? So we're really excited for the community as well. And I wanted to mention, behind us, you've seen footage featuring the Wild Ones collection, which is the avatar collection in the Sandbox. The 3 of the Wild Ones dancers are here tonight. Maybe some of you saw them warming up out here. Energy, Kang, and Jesse are all here. They're going to showcase for you right now their unique styles and unique stories, and then we're going to get to the battle. So with no further ado, let me bring up Energy.
Lover, you're killing me kind. I know what you're thinking of. Mother, keep filling our void. Damaged by innocence involves lost her backbones. She can't pretend. I'll blow up and under the carpet. I'm cursed to these hypocrites. I see crowds of people, see intentions. I see it all. See lives in their vessels. I see their guardian angels fall. I see crowds of people. I see intentions. I see it all. See lives in their vessels. I see their guardian angels fall. There is no windows or doors. Bones on the wall. When I flash a light and I feel the pain, can't be hard but one. That's what baby faces in the firelight. Heads turn to black and white. Upside in their innocent mouths. Could have had it all. Could have had it all. Shooting her away. Could have had it all. You didn't pretend to stay. I see crowds of people.
Let's give it up to Energy. Isn't she amazing, right? Can I hear more scream and cheering for her? It was breathtaking. You catch your breath already? Okay, good. So I'm gonna hand you the mic because I want you to share more about yourself and about all this concept. And it was crazy. Isn't it crazy? It is crazy, right?
Okay, so backstory of me, I actually grew up on an island that's 81 square miles, only 50,000 people. Very tiny island. Everyone told me, you need to be a doctor, a lawyer. You have to do those things to be successful. And I didn't, I just wanted to dance. I wanted to express myself. And I chose a really hard decision. I gave up 2 D1 scholarships for volleyball for dancing. And I was only dancing for 3 months. And my beautiful mom right there, yeah, she was the only one in my family who was like, you know what? You can do it. We can't see how you can do it right at this second, but you can do it. And at that moment, I worked hard every single day. I've been through hurricanes, I lost everything. I've been through so much, and I finally was able to be introduced with a company like Dance Fight that actually was like, you know what? We want to give you the possibility to actually make good income. Now, fortunately, a couple of years before Dance Fight started reaching out to me, I started doing television. So a lot of monsters that you've seen maybe on Vampire Diaries, I was those monsters. Okay? So from there, I don't know if you guys are aware, but in America, there's an actor strike currently because we're super underpaid. So for an example, I worked 14-hour sets and the pay was very little. Okay? So this year, when the actor strike happened, I had absolutely no income. I was freaking out. I was super depressed. Like I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to get a 9 to 5. Right? And then next thing you know, Dance Fight was like, hey, we have this planned. And in the midst of the strike, I got my royalty check. I got my royalty check and I was able to pay my bills. And now, in the beginning of the year where I was really sad, depressed, and I had no idea what the future holds, I've had the best year of my life because of Sandbox and Dance Fight. So I'm going to end it there. I just want to say I have so much love for every single person in this room because you guys look at our culture with open minds and open arms.
Thank you so much. Let's give it up to your energy. I like your guys' energy. Can I get more from that? Perfect. So last but not least, I'm going to introduce another judge, and he's amazing, all the way from USA, Team Las Vegas, right? Let's give it up to Jesse. Put your hands together for Jesse. You see, like dance and dancer, there are no jokes, right? Like all these details, they put so much hard work and like energy and you know we just really broke, right? We have to work like a couple jobs to like survive and maintain everything, right? But we still maintain to fight for it. We still maintain to do what we love. And look at this, like, isn't it amazing? So tell me more about yourself, Jesse.
I have been working for 18 years straight to be here. You know what I'm saying? It's it's what I call a moment of arrival, right? We work our asses off in the things that we love and we propel our lives through passion and through sharing that passion, right? And to be here with Sandbox, to be here with Dance Fight, my family, the Wild Ones, with you guys, the community, the beautiful dancers who we're gonna witness bless the floor. Um, it's just an honor. You know what I'm saying? This moment's not about me whatsoever. It's not about me whatsoever. It's never been about me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just really grateful and I'm honored to share a piece of my heart with you guys, to lock in a milestone of life with you guys, to yeah, to just give and give and give and give because it's full circle. You know what I'm saying? The more that we give, the more that we receive. And so to be in this position and to be bridging these gaps and to be building with such wonderful people, it's a dream come true. You know what I'm saying? We work tirelessly and we are so underpaid and so in a way, I'm just going to be blunt, disrespected in our craft, and we're the glue to this world. You know what I'm saying? And even in the pandemic, we saw that. We saw the fact that art was the thing that kept us united as the human race. You know what I'm saying? So to be here as living proof that we can make it through anything and that we can endure so that way we can live our life through our passion. I'm just really, really blessed. We're all very blessed. So it's a moment of arrival for me. My name is Jesse Alexander Sykes. I represent Wave Gang and Hybrids Crew and Dance Fight Wild Ones. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you so much. So as you say, like dance is more than just an art form. It's open up and sharing. And tonight, I promise you guys, it's not about competition. It's not about fame. It's not about all this crazy stuff going on. It's about sharing. It's about exchange the energy. And for people who like, whether you are in the dance community or not, we are more than honored. We are so happy to share this moment with you guys. Okay. So last but not least, we're going to have our Hong Kong represent. Can we get some cheer from the Hong Kong people over here? So as you heard that earlier, we're going to have the Hong Kong representing to compete in the Olympic. The breaking represent. Please give it up to our last just so green.
I got you suck off the realness.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Got you stuck off the realness.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's give it up to so
Yeah.
green. You see the power move over there, isn't it great? And then like we have to say that one thing is like all these judges, all these dancers, all these performers, they're really working their ass off and they really try to give you something special. Can I get more support and cheer from that?
Yeah.
I really like you guys' energy. So like before I get this like gig, like I think I forgot to introduce myself. So I am the host tonight. I am Pew from Hong Kong. I love you guys already. Because before I get this gig, I have to give you a little bit backstory. It's like I don't really know about how lawn dancer, how people from outside the dance community feel about dance battle is gonna be like. People think it's gonna be like very brutal, very aggressive. They don't really like the vibe. But like I was wrong. You guys are really like the vibe. You guys enjoying so far? Having a good time? Okay, I am having a good time as well. So this is a dance fight battle. Like so dance fight is the app that I just really blessed to get introduced like few years ago. Like all this COVID year is crazy, right? Like no traveling, you cannot see your friends, you have to start home, work from home is terrible, I'm telling you guys, right? So it's like and this app is like a online platform that you can basically just do a dance video. You upload to this platform. You can connect it to everyone around the world. You can be in India or Hong Kong or China. You can dance and exchange your energy and information with people in USA, in Europe, in Milan, in every places around the world. And it's really helping me to be like, okay, as a dancer, we like to move, but we cannot stuck at home. And you know how tiny flat in Hong Kong, right? We barely can move. We dance in our toilet and something like that. It was crazy, but like for because of dance fight, we have a chance to actually exchange to dance around the world. And now we have an actual even like I can like touch. I don't want to touch, but like I can be like feel like I can touch people and like can connect and exchange energy with them. Isn't it great? So I'm going to introduce one more guy who like made this happen. And of course, kudos to dance for like Ryan and Rich. They're amazing. Let's give them a big hand for that. And also, we have our Hong Kong organizer. He's like the cutest guy ever. You will see him. Like he's Hero. Can you give him a big round of applause of Hero, see? Isn't he cute? Like extremely huggable and he's single right now. So like, but like, so for more information, just contact me. I'm his manager right now, okay? So he's a really famous popper in Hong Kong, and he also a really amazing event organizer. He do all this crazy stuff. He's traveling around the world. He went to Bangkok, to Singapore, and Macau to like basically every time, every month, right? Every month, just to and he's not that rich, you know that, right? So he's like as a dancer, we actually have to pay for our own money just to travel, to do competition, to exchange with people, and we do it not because like we someone push us to do it, because we want to do it. We want to exchange with people around the world. And right now, you can see all these amazing dancers. Thank you, Sandbox, Dance Right, and also thank you so much for Jaden Hero C. Give a big round of applause to him. You have anything want to share about your type and stuff? He's gonna talk about his type.
Yeah, I just want to say hi. I'm Jaden, one of the organizer team members. So I'm so happy to put our culture, the street dance culture, in the big stage. Please give some noise to all the dancer, local dancer. Yeah. So I hope you guys enjoy the show. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. So are you guys ready for the real battle? I can't hear you. Are you guys ready for the real battle? Okay, that's what I'm talking about. So before we're going to do the battle thing, of course, we're going to introduce our amazing, beautiful, just they're like having this beautiful, so I love them already when you see them dance, okay? Like dance is more than just like that. You don't have to talk, you don't have to speak their language, you just feel it, right? You feel it, right? Oh, I love you guys already. You guys just giving me stuff, okay? So let's introduce our judges. So we have Energy, we have Jesse, and our Hong Kong representative, we have Sophie. And before we start the event, we have this amazing. I call it like the really like the soul of the whole dance event. So we have like amazing judges, right? We have amazing organ. We have like this hottest MC in the world, right? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Maybe second hottest or something. But like last but not least, we have like the soul of the. We have our DJ who give music, who give amazing spin-off. Always have the best choice. Let's give it up to Monster K. He's more than a monster. He's a beast. You're gonna see it later. So let's introduce our first battle. Are you guys ready? Yeah. So let's have So Hey and Tong Sam. So before we start, I have to give you guys like a backstory, right? So tonight you're going to see 8 dancers. They represent different style and their energy and their story is so amazing. You're gonna see it. So are you guys ready for this? Jesus, are you ready? Monster K, ready? Let's go! Feel free to go first.
Nigga, what's happening? What's happening? Nigga, I'm pressed. Baby, I'm cool. They don't want to see
So hey,
San Francisco job with my head on the tool. None of these niggas can't move how I move. Pull up to the block, everybody turn heads. Just away from because them niggas turn feds. I don't do no features if it's about the bread. You think I'm real street niggas stay ahead. Tight piece, baby, got a ruin on the car. I just stay flooding, I ain't got it, ain't hard. Whip covered in candy. Baby wanna taste. So you know a real nigga put it in her face. Shit slap. Shit slack. We gonna bring this shit back. Nigga, bring this shit back. Katie D got me looking real. That is tripping on the set. Shit on the set. If the shit don't hit like this, you need to tie that shit down. Nigga, tie that shit down. Keep pulling, but trying to function. Hit that shit, don't plan. Nigga, what's that? We outside traffic. Be what's break. Hoes all around me trying to get shit cracked. Feelings in the truck, got the full block slaps. 15's got just getting packed. Nigga, this
and
the block. Put it off your floor. You looking at a 3, 2, 1. With my head up her dress, got up to the chest. Cause I'm up in next. They want the funk, so a nigga got funky. You still fuck the pigs and these niggas ass home. Chain around my neck, nigga sitting real chunk. Reach for it, it's gonna get real spunk. Shit slap. This shit slap. We gonna bring this shit back. Nigga, bring that shit back. Katie D got me looking real bad. That is tripping on the set. Shit on the set. If the train don't get like this, you need to turn that shit down. Nigga, turn that shit down. You fools been trying to function. Hit that shit right down. Nigga, what's happening?
hey. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Second round.
Shout out to them people.
Right now, get it how to live it. Live it how to get it. Turn the motherfucking bitches. Full of with a lemon. She ain't living. It's just the eyes get it. Sin premise. Motherfucker, we ain't finished. I told you we won't stop. I took about tennis. Like yours, but you're finished. Make my love to the get the pay wrong guy. Tell the paparazzi get the lens right. That's the window down top, rolling dry. Got the habit on. Yes, wrong. In the turn behind we got all. It's longer than the palm. Getting from the bottom like a pond. This tastes like a hunch, but it's running from the hands and it's running from the front. But every day it's hey, well, lemonade. I was afraid. Pulling in scratch a week, would I be okay? So I played and I paid. Free on a nigga, but calculation in space.
That's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Half song. Experience me. Half song. Half song. Experience me. Half song. Experience me. Half song. Half song. Why you speaking to me? Half song. Why you speaking to me? Half song. Why you speaking to me? I get it. Got it from the fucking teachers. Pull the water limit. She ain't living. How to get a stick. Saying it's swimming. We ain't finished. I'm trying to won't stop. Right, it's like, but you finished.
Asshole to the top. Niggas them say one time.
Hey.
For us, the 10 times.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Give it up to Tong, Sam, and So Hey. So, how's your first like watching battle experience? Is it good? Are you guys enjoying it? So right now we have to give up to our judges to have to decide who's going to move on to the next round. So are you guys ready? So judges, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's give up to Tom Tom. So the next one is going to give you a whole new different vibe. I'm telling you guys. But let me just check it just to make sure. Okay, I'm not wrong. Okay. So the next one we're going to have something like storytelling and like dramatic, and you're gonna live for it. So we're gonna have first we have our amazing whacking dancer from Hong Kong. We have Ho Tong. And we're gonna see another beast in the house tonight. I'm telling you guys. We have our Crumper, who like powerful, muscular. Like look at him. Like look at all this muscle. Damn. Let's give it up to Rush. So just for your information, so in a dance battle, you can see that like sometimes you see a good dancer when they do, you fight with it. You are allowed to be like scream. You are allowed to cheer and clap for it. Is okay. So let's say our DJ is ready. Let's just be. Oh my god. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Woo! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And second round. Us. You make kind of shake. He can't get me, baby. While the sun he can't get me, baby. Day, I will call, but say, baby, how's your day? But today, it ain't the same. Every other word, so you okay? Could it be the truth? Or at the crib of the lady? There, so all say, I
Want to sit around and be played. Go up to speed on the girl with your brain.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Go down like the way
Auto.
Nobody holding you back from me. Everything may come to. If somebody said, then tell me who they would stay.
Let's go.
Baby, better say my name. And the truth, we win.
And 5, 4,
I can
3, 2, 1.
taste it now. Do you?
What? How do you guys feel about the second round? Is it good? Is it good, right?
Right home, it's there.
So let's give it up to our judges. 3, 2, 1.
You feel
Auto takes the win.
okay.
Let's give it up to our grandpa, Rush. So you guys, this is like the beauty of this. It's like the same music, you can completely different flavor. Isn't it amazing? Oh, my ADHD just saw that. Thank you so much. So the third round moving on, we have two amazing dancers going on. So we're going to have Carter and Wesley. Watch them, you're gonna be blown away, I'm telling you guys. DJ, let's go.
Don't you know that time goes?
Carter. Hey.
Don't you know that time Don't you know it's Listen, why don't you say I won't be
Hey, yeah.
nowhere?
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wesley.
Don't you know that time goes down? Oh, that's okay.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Second round, let's go, Carter. Hey.
Is that bitch a clock? Is it? I've been through blood. I'm still sick. It's been a minute in the building. It's been a minute. Me, how you feeling? Cause fix me to my feelings. How you feeling? How you feel right now? Oh, been so good. I'm the treasure. I'm way too fast to be distressed. Yeah. Oh, that's not what I used to be.
Bitch, I'm deep down. Turn the music. Turn the lights.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's all. It's about dance. Turn the music. Let's break the feeling. Just be okay. It's okay. It's alright. It's about dance. I'm a dust, a mental fan, a pump meets. Feeling fussy, walking in my CSEs, trying to be out the fabulous. Cause I give a fuck way so much. I'ma need 2 shots in my cup. Wanna get up, wanna get down. Cause I feel right now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Okay. So our first battle, let's give it to our judges. Judges, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Wesley wins. Let's give it up to Kata. So the last battle we have is our Ocean and B-Boy C+. Okay, 50 seconds each. Did you ready? Let's go. Ocean.
I know that you do wanna see me. Sunday morning music real loud. Let me love you while the moon is still out. Something in you, lit up heaven in me. The feeling won't let me sleep. Cause I'm lost in the way you move, the way you feel. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with possibilities. I look like all you need. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with possibilities. I look like all you need.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I just wanna feel your skin on mine.
C plus.
Feel your eyes to be exploring. Passion in the message when you smile. Take my time. Something in you. Lit up heaven in me. The feeling won't let me sleep. Cause I'm lost in the way you move, the way you feel. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with possibilities. I look like all you need. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with possibilities. I look like all you need.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Finger on the floor, pretty boy, here I come.
Second round.
Make you wanna hurt something. I can take your man, I don't sex something. Hang about the wall for me, Michael Jackson. I'm a pain in your rectum. I am that little go. Heavy hitter, spit call me rerun. Hey, 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 what's happening? Like my drink, that's fine. Shake your ass to the stage. The moves on the page. Put it down to the street, that's fine. Let's count. Let's count. Let's get it. Let's count, baby. Just shake, shake, shake. Number one, drums go This beat here will make it jump. If you that one, put your foot back on before we start.
3, 2, 1.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, I'm on the attack. My name trips. I am the bomb from New York, punch on, and I can write a song to the French tricks. Touch my heart, I'm breaking my car, you were here forever. I've been a superstar since Daddy King was born. I'm live on stage, come on, guys. Ain't on the floor, pretty boy, here I come. Bumps in the bone, make you wanna write something. I can take your man, I don't have to say something. Hang about the wall for me, Michael Jackson. I'm a pain in your right zone. I am that they don't step on.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is our last round of the battle of our top 8. Just you ready? 3, 2, 1. See, first takes the win. Thank you so much for Ocean. So just a quick reminder for you guys to understand how amazing it is. Like, this is not a choreographed dance performance. It's like DJ. He play the music. No, they don't understand. They don't know. They never heard it before. It's a freestyle battle. It's a freestyle. So they just feel with the music. They move with the music. Isn't it amazing? If you love them, if you appreciate them, go talk to them. All these amazing dancers, give a big round of applause to them, okay? Follow their Instagram, which, like social media, we are so important right now, okay? And right now we're moving on to our top 4 battle. Are you guys ready? You guys enjoying so far? Perfect. So we have, this is like a girls team, right? We have all these like girl supporter here. We have our Tong, Sum, and Ho Tong. So let's see what they got. DJ, you ready? Let's go.
Said I'll be there in 20, but I doubt I'll come. It's just not that fun hanging around these trendy buzzing area where your mom's with plenty reasons why you need to run and hide, but I feel empty. I feel so empty. 'Cause there's something telling me to walk away. I'm too late, but I need the words to say. That I'll cry and I'll try to keep this thing alive. But I'm sick of needing you, needing you. So sad, so easy. Oh, I've been hurt inside. Just see, I know what to try. Keep this love alive. I'm sick of needing you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Feeling on energy, on a negative vibe. You must say that type, but this won't be memory. We had one time when everything was mad, that's fine, but behind the chemistry, that is to feel tight, but it's like a 9 to 5 trying to leave me empty. I feel so, 'cause there's tell me to go. Just need to say, yeah. And I've tried to keep this thing alive.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Say babe, say babe, say babe. What you doing? What you doing? Where you at? Where you at? Oh, you got plans. Don't say that. Shut your trap. Sipping wine in a row. I look too good. Look too good to be alone. My house clean. My pool warm. Just shake. What I could do wrong? We should be dancing, romancing in the key swing and the west swing of this mansion. What's happening? And I don't care if that I said is coming straight from the heart. So if you're trying to I'ma leave the time. Hey, I'ma leave the time. Just be
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, change.
So sweet, so sweet, so tight, so I won't bite unless you like. If you smoke, what you smoke, I got the hate. And if you're hungry, girl, I got the late. Ooh, baby, don't keep me waiting. There's so much love we could be making. I'm talking kissing, cuddling, rose petals in the bathtub. Girl, it's jumping, it's tumbling. And playing on your sadness coming straight from the heart. So I just try to leave the door. I'ma leave the door. Just
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Put your hands together for Hot Top and Thumbs Up. I want to hear you scream. I want to hear you cheer for them. Beautiful energy. Woohoo!
Sit back. No, what you doing?
So the difficult decision is given to our judges. 3, 2, 1.
I look
Hot Top takes the win. Let's give it up to Thumbs Up.
my pool warm. Just shake.
Beautiful exchange between hip hop and whacking.
Swing and the
So moving on to our next battle. So let's welcome B-Boy C Plus and Wesley. So let's see who's gonna take the win. DJ, let's go. Hey. Wesley, go first. Boy. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. C plus.
Five, four, three, two, one. This is America.
Let's go, Wesley.
Don't catch now. Look what I'm. This is America. Don't catch you slipping now. Don't catch you slipping now. Look what I'm whipping now. This is America. Don't catch you slipping now. Look how I'm living now. Police be tripping now. Yeah, this is America. Guns in my area. I got the strap. I gotta carry 'em. Yeah, I'ma go into this. Yeah, this is gorilla. Yeah, I'ma go get the bag. Yeah, or I'ma get the pad. I'm so like, yeah, I'm so like, yeah. We go blow like, yeah.
Five, four, three, two, one.
This is America. Don't catch you slipping now. Don't catch you slipping now. Look what I'm whipping now. This is America. Don't catch you slipping now. Don't catch you slipping now. Look what I'm whipping now. Look how I'm geeking now. I'm so pretty. I'm on Gucci. I'm so pretty. Yeah. I'm gonna get it. Move. This is Sally. That's a tool. Yeah. On my Kodak. Know that. Yeah.
And five, four, three, two, one.
100 bands, 100 bands, 100
Oh my
bands.
God.
Contraband, 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 contraband.
Wow, this is like the moment that I'm glad I'm not the judge. Because the difficult decision is up to you guys, okay?
Don't catch you slipping now.
So moving on to the final. Judges ready? 3, 2, 1.
This is America.
C plus.
Don't catch
Let's
you
give up to
slipping now.
Wesley.
Don't catch you slipping
Amazing.
now.
So which means the final is gonna be Wesley versus Ho Tong, right?
Slipping now.
Well,
Don't catch you slipping now.
oh, C plus. My bad. I'm drunk. Forgive me.
Don't catch you slipping now.
And I'm like, no, yeah, that's true. But like, are you guys having a good time so far? Enjoying, right?
Guns in my area.
And also, always remember, if you love the dance, if you appreciate them, you support them, like talk to them, appreciate them, follow their Instagram, and also give a big round of applause to our amazing judges over here. And also, Khan, he's like amazing. He's opening the show. Come on, guys. So I'm gonna see how the audience react to that. So let's talk to you. Hello, how are you?
Hey.
You having a good time?
Great time. Love it.
So what do you like about this whole this dance experience to you?
I've seen the guys in New York, and I'm so happy that in my hometown we've got some great street dancers in Hong Kong.
Amazing, right? So I think I'm gonna ask one more so that I can let the dancer to catch a breath. Okay. So let's ask about something like okay, let's have a little interview with our dance mom over here. Like, isn't she gorgeous, right? So what's your name?
Jamie.
Jamie, who's your daughter here? Energy is the daughter. Can you believe it? Look at her. Look at her. Scream for her. Come on. So how do you enjoy the event so far?
Absolutely amazing. Amazing.
Is it right? And also how do you feel about this is I think this is probably the first time you met Hong Kong dancers, right? How do you feel about them?
My life has changed forever. I will never forget Hong Kong ever. Yeah.
I'm glad. How do you feel about the host like me?
Well, you're my spirit animal.
I'm a spirit animal. Can you believe that? I feel like a winner already. Come on, come on. Give me cheering. It's been a long day. Okay, let's cut the crap. Okay, we have to move on to the rundown. Like I see people like circling me, like, and I don't get paid well actually. So let's give out to our finalists. So big round of applause to Ho Tong and C plus.
Don't catch you slipping now. Don't catch you slipping now.
So this is going to be our final. Can you believe that? Can you have more screaming and cheering for all these amazing dancers? They're really working hard for this, okay? So our judges, are you ready? I promise it's gonna be amazing, right? So DJ, you ready? This is our final 2 rounds each. DJ, drop the beat. Let's go, hold on. Boy! What? What? Hold on. It's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go, see what. Let's go. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is our final round. Come on. Let's go, hold on. Woohoo! Hey. Okay. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Whoa. Wanna share my love with the one, but wanna bring a wild at home. I need some hot stuff, baby, tonight. Almost one, I'm feeling the sweet. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Give it up to our amazing dancers, C+ and Ho. I want to hear you scream, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 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 That's what I'm talking about. Wow. So, like, this is like the final round, right? So no more dancing at the moment, but like the judge is gonna discuss and they're gonna pick. So in our dance culture, we will just like have to hold hands and then we have to raise. So who get raised up is the winner of tonight. Okay. So for the audience, no matter you know them or not, you can just use your camera, you can take the video, you can take picture, you can scream, you can cheer for them and congratulate them, and also give it up to our amazing judges here. Our DJ Monster K will do all this amazing music. And also our top 8 dancer, every one of them like super representative of our whole culture. I love them so much. I respect them. You guys are amazing. So are you guys ready? So let's do this like traditional thing. We have to count down from 10, okay? So who's going to take the win? Let's count down together, guys. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. Let's give it up to our people.
Slip off the telephone, when it gets so calm, I'm also up, thankfully to call my home. And as a matter of fact, it blows my mind. Who would even talk to me? Because girl like you was like a dream come true, a real life answer fake. No matter what your friends
So
try to
let's
say,
give a big round of applause for all these amazing dancers we have here. So can we have our top 8 dancer? Can we have our top 8 dancer line up here? Can we have our top 8 dancer here? Give a big round of applause to our top 8 dancer, okay? And also with our judges and also where's Khan? Where's my homeboy? Where's Khan? Oh, he's over here. So let's all take a group photo together. Come on, you. So everyone have to come take a picture together. Come on, let's take a picture together. Are you guys having a good time tonight? I'm glad, I'm glad. So I hope you guys enjoy tonight. And I heard there's like an after party. So everyone who want to take picture, we can picture together. Sandbox. So give it up to Sandbox and Dance Sprite for making this happen. Thank you so much to our judges and congratulations to our winner, Ho Tong over there. So I hope you guys have a good night. So I am your host, Peel. Oh, I have that picture. Okay. Have a good night, you guys. Thank you so much for coming. Stop. So you guys want to talk to the dancer, you can talk to them, you can party with them. We are very chill people, we don't bite. I heard there's an after party after this. So if you're interested, talk to Jaden over there.